here and for sorry, forgot to turn on the recording. Sorry, Matt, I forgot to record you. And for being here on a Saturday. We really, really appreciate your time and just we couldn't do this without you. So we're really excited for the season, really looking forward to 2025. Um, and with that, Ms. LaQuisha, are you ready?
I am.
All right. With that, I will turn it over. I will be here, moderating. I'm still helping a few people. Might be having some issues with the Zoom. If you need me, you can always direct message me, but I will be here. So I will turn it over to Ms. Rucker.
All right. Hello and good morning again. I hope you all are having a warm good morning so far. Again, as stated, my name is LaQuisha Rucker. I am an IRS employee as well as a VITA volunteer. I have been volunteer with VITA, I think is 12, 13 years at this point. And so VITA is something that I absolutely love doing. And so I have dedicated my time into doing the instructing for volunteers such as yourself, new volunteers. I always try to make myself available after after the training has ended, so that if you have any questions or concerns, I make myself available to be able to assist you with it, especially new volunteers who this may be overwhelming for. We don't try to make it seem like we know everything, that we're able to answer every question that you may have, but we want to start you out on a solid enough foundation to where you can go out and be a volunteer at your respective sites. And if there's anything that we can help you to do, um, to make it better for you as a volunteer, to help you become solid in being a volunteer, so that you come back year after year. And so this becomes something that's near and dear to your heart as well. Um, as Matt stated, this is an awesome program for low income taxpayers, so that they don't have to go out and spend unnecessary money that they don't have, to tax preparers in a way so that they're able to use their refunds in a more beneficial way. All right. Um, I do I do have my chat up, and so if sometimes I may not see a question. So if you have a question, you are more than welcome to come off mute. Ask me to, if I'm going too fast, ask me to slow down. If I need to repeat something, ask me to repeat it. If there's a question that you have, or if there's something that I'm covering, you can come off mute and ask me a question, or you can put it in the chat, and I'll try to go back to the chat, or if Hunter goes into the chat, then we can stop at any point to answer any questions that you may have. Um, One question that is an overview of the day, breaks, lunch, etc. And so this training is scheduled from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It was structured like that in order to give you all a 1 hour break for lunch. And so you can decide as a whole on what time you all think is better for you as a group for lunch. Because we're starting at 10, um, I figured that we can always do stretch breaks anytime before or after any other set break. But I figured we could do a break at around, since it's 10, maybe a 15-minute break at around 12, lunch at around 2, and then we can play the last break by ear with some stretch breaks in between. Does that work for everyone? All right. So in what I do want to do is to what we will go over today. is I do want to go over the course introduction that just will give you a breakdown of what you can look forward to in this training. We will also go over the volunteer standards of conduct certification or training, as well as the intake interview and quality review training and certification. We'll get as far as we can get into the tax law portion of it today. But what I also want to do is to ensure that all of you have access to Lincoln Learn, as well as the practice lab. The practice lab and Lincoln Learn is where you will complete your certifications. So it's important that you have access to Lincoln Learn as well as the practice lab, because your certifications do require that you input practice, that you practice within that practice lab, inputting returns. And so at some point during today, we will ensure that you have access to Lincoln Learn as well as the practice lab. The process and procedures for signing into Lincoln Learn changed this year. So if you are a returning volunteer, or if you previously had a login for Lincoln Learn, that changed this year. And so if you have not accessed Lincoln Learn at all this year, then you will have to go through and set that up. If you have already established username and password, have an account with Lincoln Learn, that's fine. But we will at some point go into Lincoln Learn, get you to sign into it. We will access the practice lab and all of that just to see if everyone has access and what that looks like. All right. Any questions or concerns before we hop into it? All right. Let's see. One second. So the publication 4491 is what we will be using throughout this training, as well as there's some PowerPoints that I will be showing throughout this training once we get into the tax law portion. For the intake interview quality review training, as well as the volunteer standards of conduct training, those are publications. But once I get into the tax law portion of the training, we will go through a lot of the publication 4491, which is the VITA TCE training guide. If you do not have a physical copy of the publication 4491, this publication is available at irs.gov. Is everyone able to see my screen?
I don't see it.
Oh, ma'am, just see you, no screen.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what happened. Hold on one second. What about now?
I see it.
I see it now.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Yes, I see it now.
Again, what I am sharing is the publication 4491. What I do want to start with on today is the course introduction. It will give you a better idea of what to expect throughout this training, throughout your time as a Vital volunteer. It explains the certification process, things of that nature. You'll get a better understanding as we get better into the training. Again, but if anytime I'm going too fast, I'm going too slow, I need to repeat something, you have a question or something needs to be clarified, you at any point can stop me. I may not be able to see the chat. If there's a question that you just want to put in the chat and we get to at a later point, you can do that. But if it's something that you want to stop me and we ask at that particular point, by all means, come off mute and ask your questions. All right. So in the publication 4491, the course introduction, it gives you a welcome stating that we're glad you decided to take advantage of this challenging yet rewarding experience as an important player in the tax administration process. And again, we are went into detail of that, why the VITA TCE program is important. Me as your course instructor, I will try to provide all the available technical publications and forms that are required for this course. Those forms and publications may not be available to you in print. While they may not be available to you in print, you are able to access any of the publications or forms that we cover in this training at irs.gov. One of the places that I would suggest that you go is the Site Coordinator Corner. While you may not be a site coordinator, that Site Coordinator Corner has a lot of valuable information there. The publications are all in one place so that you don't have to search irs.gov for those publications. You can go to irs.gov, search the Site Coordinator Corner. Once it pulls that up, it gives you access to all the information that you may need as a VITA volunteer. At the end of this lesson, the objectives state that you should be able to know the various course levels and certification process, the responsibilities you have as a VITA TCE volunteer, including what your due diligence is, the critical components involved in the return preparation process, the resources available to assist you, the procedures for helping a taxpayer with identity theft, and site coordinator training for volunteers acting in this role. On my right-hand side, it shows what you may need for this training, this lesson. Again, we will go through what these different publications and forms are. And so you don't have to write any of this down unless you want to, unless you're keeping notes. But we will go through what these different publications are and what they are used for throughout this training and your volunteer time frame. To successfully assist taxpayers in satisfying their tax responsibilities, you must understand tax law and the tools available to assist you in preparing and filing accurate individual income tax returns. A tax return is accurate when tax law is applied correctly, and it is free from error based on your interview of the taxpayer. The taxpayer supporting documentation and a completed form 13614C, which is the intake, interview, and quality review sheet. We will go more into detail of what that quality review sheet is. I will also show you what that looks like if you have not seen one. The VITA TCE return preparation process consists of several critical components that you will learn in your training class or Lincoln Learn Taxes. The VITA TCE Volunteer Standards of Conduct Ethics Training, which is something we will cover today. Your tax law training, understanding and applying tax law. We won't get deep into what tax law is. You will get a basic understanding of what tax law is for you to be able to prepare these returns, but we're not going to take you through a very deep dive into tax law. Research skills, we're going to give you our best understanding of what references, resources, and tools you will need, including the return preparation software. Intake, interview, and quality review training, which is another training that we will complete on today. The tax return preparation and site coordinator training for volunteers acting in this role. Unlike most classes, there is no need to memorize a lot of information. You can use information from irs.gov, your course materials, and other print or electronic sources to gain the knowledge and insights you need to serve the taxpayers you assist. We would not advise you to memorize a lot of this information. Yes, as you complete the training, as you complete your volunteer role, as you complete tax returns, a lot of the information will become redundant. A lot of it you will retain because you will see it on a repeated basis. As far as the tax law information, where you will just know everything right off the top of your head, we're not trying to get you to memorize that. What we do want you to memorize is where to go to find the information that you may need if something comes up and you don't know right offhand. So what we would want you to memorize is to go to the publication 4012, to go to your publication 17, or to go to irs.gov to look for an answer to a question that you may not know. At the completion of your course of study, you will fully understand how to apply critical aspects of each component of the process and complete an accurate return for each taxpayer you assist. Thank you for your interest in helping the IRS achieve its mission of providing America's taxpayers with top quality service by helping them understand their tax responsibilities and by applying the tax law with integrity and fairness to all. All right. Any questions or concerns so far? All right. So how is the course structured? Is this due to the production schedule for this training guide? Draft forms may be used in illustrations. The draft form should never be used for actual tax preparation. Final forms are available again on irs.gov, forms, instructions in the tax preparation software, in the instruction booklet, or in other publications. There are 2 tax law certification paths and 2 optional specialty courses presented in this publication, each representing a level of certification. The first 6 lessons apply to all levels of certification, beginning with the income lessons. The course levels for the subject being covered will be indicated by the following icons. The first certification is the basic, which covers the completion of wage earner type returns. The second is the advanced, which covers the completion of the full scope of VITA TCE returns. Military covers topics that are applicable to members of the armed forces, the Reserve, and National Guard. International covers topics that are applicable to military and non-military taxpayers living outside the United States. These icons emphasize specific information that is important for your learning experience. Volunteers wishing to certify in military or international must follow the advanced certification path and also review the applicable specialty course. Foreign student and scholar in Puerto Rico certifications are separate specialty courses available on Link and Learn Taxes. At the beginning of each lesson, icons are displayed after the lesson title. If a section of a lesson is associated with only one certification level, the corresponding icon is displayed at the beginning of that section. If no icons are displayed in a section, all icons displayed with that lesson title apply. When you are becoming a VITA TCE volunteer, you can choose what training approach you take in becoming certified. Each course uses the process-based training or PBT approach. That PBT approach is a structured fact-gathering process that combines tax software and tax law training to help you prepare an accurate return. To complete the process, you will use the form 13614C, which is the intake, interview, and quality review sheet, or the appropriate form 13614 for your program. So interview the taxpayer for filing status, dependency, income, credits, deductions to validate the information provided and prepare the return. Reference materials such as the publication 4012, which is your volunteer resource guide, your publication 17, which is your federal income tax for individuals, and tax software, help features, as well as other resources available at your site to prepare the return. These materials will assist you with standardized questions to ask taxpayers during your interview to help you prepare a 100% accurate tax return. In your publication 4012, which is your volunteer resource guide, under tab K, the quality review process, you're going to use that to conduct a quality review of all returns. Adhering to a quality review process helps to ensure accurate tax returns are prepared at all VITA TCE sites. In most cases, when you have completed the return, it will be filed electronically. There should only be rare instances when the taxpayer may need to mail the tax return to the IRS. While we encourage taxpayers to file their return electronically, it is always their choice. We're not making them file the return electronically. However they choose to file the return, whether it's mailing their return in or filing their return electronically, it is still their choice.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
Is that service, the electronic filing, free?
Yes, anything that's offered through the VITA TCE program is free. If you run into a situation where they are over their income, is something that is out of scope for VITA, and we will go more into what is in scope and out of scope for VITA. If you find that it's something that's out of scope for the VITA TCE program, then you will refer them to a paid preparer. But if it falls within the guidelines of the VITA TCE program, then there is no charge for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
What you will always hear me refer to is your resources. One of the resources that you will always hear me refer you to is your publication 4012, which is your volunteer resource guide. While it won't contain all the answers that you need to help you or assist you be a volunteer, it will give you most of what you need. If there's a question, if a taxpayer comes in and they're not sure on if they should file, if they're not sure of what their filing status should be, if they're not sure if that income should be taxable or non-taxable, your publication 4012 can answer that question for you. That publication 4012 is tabbed so that you don't have to search long and hard for an answer to get to where it is that you need to find your answer. And so it's an easy resource to help get you to where it is that you need to get to. And so I always advise volunteers to keep the publication 4012. If you are able to get a hard copy to take with you to your respectable sites, then do that. But if not, then put that in your favorites on your computer so that you're able to access it readily if you need to while you're at your site. The form 6744 is the booklet or publication that you will use when you are completing your certification. Is the Volunteers Assisters Test and Retest. The publication 4961 is the VITA TCE Volunteer Standards of Conduct Ethics Training. The publication 5101 is the VITA TCE intake, interview, and quality review training. We will go through both of those on today. Once you complete the training for ethics and intake, interview, and quality review, you may not need those publications again. However, you should know where to get those again if you need to refer back. If you have a question on what a standard of conduct is, or if you have a question as it relates to the intake, interview, and quality review portion of your training. Finalized blank forms and instructions can always be accessed at irs.gov, forms and instructions. You may use the practice lab that is found at vita.taxlayerpro.com, which is integrated with the online course Lincoln Learn to complete exercises, practice returns, and test scenarios using the tax software. We will go into the practice lab on today so that you can see what that looks like. The practice lab is a duplicate of what the actual software looks like. And so I encourage you to use the practice lab to get a feel of what the actual software looks like so that you are able to navigate what that software looks like when you are inputting or completing returns for taxpayers. This next section says, what happens after I complete this course? After completing this course, you would have an understanding of tax law and the guidelines and tools needed to prepare an accurate return. The next step would be to complete the required certification tests for the certification path chosen. I always try to do my level best to get you as far through the advanced certification as I can at the end of the training. That depends on how fast we move through the tax law portion of the training and get through the scenarios and all of that involved with the advanced certification. If you are not interested in completing the advanced certification, that's fine. If you want to do basic and stop there, that's fine. If you do the advanced certification, it encompasses the basic. So you don't have to do the basic and the advanced. If you choose to just do basic and stop there, fine. But if you want to do advanced, then you don't have to do the basic. And so we'll go through all of that once we get into Lincoln Learn, and I'm able to show you what the certifications look like. All right. All volunteers must register and certify via Lincoln Learn Taxes. The online tests are available at linklearncertification.com. Online testing is fast and efficient. It provides your test results immediately after you submitted your certification. Volunteers who do not pass the test the first time may review the course material and try again. The certification allows you 2 times to test. Also, volunteers who prefer to take the certification test on paper, utilizing the form 6744 VITA TCE Volunteer Assisters Test or Retest, may continue to complete the test using this method, but must transcribe their answers to the test in Lincoln Learn Taxes. So you can use the 6744, go through, complete what you need to complete, but after you've completed that test in that booklet, then you will need to input those answers into Lincoln Learn so that it is recorded. After passing any of the exams, you may sign your form 13615, which is your volunteer standards of conduct agreement, VITA TCE programs electronically, and provide to your coordinator prior to volunteering. Once you go into Lincoln Learn, I'll show you your form 13615. All you do is to click the button to sign. It automatically pulls into that form 13615, all the certifications you've completed, to let your site coordinator know what certification levels you have so that they're able to assign you accordingly. If you've only passed basic, they can only assign certain returns to you. If you've certified beyond that, then they can give you other jobs per se to do at the site, such as a quality review. If you wanted to be a quality reviewer, then there are levels of certification that you have to complete in order to be a quality reviewer. Please refer to the publication 5378, Lincoln Learn Taxes Certification Test, Getting Started, for additional information on how to register and complete the required certification test and Lincoln Learn Taxes. And that's something that we will go through. To participate in the VITA TCE programs, all volunteers must pass the Volunteer Standards of Conduct test. In addition, all tax preparers, quality reviewers, instructors, client facilitators, and coordinators must pass the intake, interview, and quality review test. To prepare tax returns in the VITA TCE programs, you must then pass at least the basic certification test. Alternatively, you may certify at the advanced level. You are not required to certify in basic before taking the advanced test. You must pass with a minimum score of 80% on any certification test that you take. You must pass the Volunteer Standards of Conduct and intake, interview, and quality review tests prior to accessing the basic or advanced certification tests. Once you get into Lincoln Learn, I'll show you, but in order for you to access either the basic or the advanced, you have to do the VSOC as well as the intake, interview, and quality review test. Then it'll open the basic or the advanced certification test for you. So it's like a prerequisite in order for you to access the basic or advanced test. Any questions or concerns so far? All designated reviewers and peer-to-peer reviewers are required to have basic or higher certification based on the complexity of the return. Volunteers are strongly encouraged to certify at the advanced level. SPEC encourages the quality reviewers to be the most experienced volunteers in tax law application. Volunteer instructors must certify at advanced and an applicable specialty course depending on the tax topics instructed. If a volunteer does not achieve the minimum required score on the test or the retest, the volunteer is encouraged to participate in the program in another capacity, such as a greeter, a client facilitator, communication specialist, or technical support. When you achieve the certifications and present your signed Form 13615, your coordinator or instructor may provide you with a VITA TCE program's volunteer ID insert. The insert was created to acknowledge the accomplishment of certified volunteers, as well as to assist internal and external stakeholders in identifying certified volunteers, but is not intended to be used as proof of certification. You should bring your Volunteer Standards of Conduct agreement, the Form 14509, volunteer ID insert, if you have one, in photo ID to the tax preparation site. If you are volunteering at multiple sites, you will need the Form 13615 for each site that you are volunteering at. That site coordinator will need to keep a copy of that form signed by you and them, acknowledging what you are certified in. What type of returns can you prepare? It is important that you assist only with returns, supporting schedules and forms for which you have been trained and certified. When you complete forms, schedules, returns that you have been trained and certified to complete, you are protected by the Federal Volunteer Protection Act of 1997. As long as you are preparing those returns within the scope of the VITA TCE program. You want to always refer taxpayers with tax situations outside your scope of training and certification to your coordinator and or a professional tax return preparer. If at any point you're not sure if you are certified, you're not sure if it falls within the scope or out of the scope of the VITA TCE program, I always will refer you to your site or assistant site coordinator for assistance. Don't just assume that taxpayer or that return, that schedule is within scope because it is listed in that software. That software is going to have access to all schedules and forms. Just because it's listed does not mean that it is within scope of the VITA TCE program. So if you have a doubt or if you have a question, always ask. That software is not going to stop you from preparing a return that is outside of the scope of the VITA TCE program. It doesn't know that it's not within the scope. So it's up to you to know. Refer to the Return Preparer's Office at irs.treasury.gov for a listing of preparers recognized by the IRS. The training resources and tools discussed in this guide support the completion of a basic Form 1040 and associated tax forms. A complete list of what is within the scope of the VITA TCE programs can be found in the front of your volunteer resource guide or your publication 4012. Do not prepare returns that fall outside of the scope of the VITA TCE programs or your training and certification. Applicable lessons list some out of scope tax law topics for the VITA TCE programs. The question asks, am I legally liable for returns that I prepare? VITA TCE program volunteers are not considered paid preparers. Therefore, you are not legally liable under federal law for the return you prepare. This means you cannot accept payment of any kind from the taxpayer for preparing a federal tax return or for providing any other tax-related assistance. You are protected by the Federal Volunteer Protection Act of 1997 as long as all of the following conditions are true. You are acting within the scope of your volunteer responsibilities. You completed the level of training and certification required for preparing tax returns at your site. The harm was not caused by willful, criminal, reckless, grossly negligent, conscious, flagrant, indifferent acts. How does the IRS identify volunteer prepared returns? Each return should be identified with the appropriate site identification number or the SIDN to ensure it is readily identifiable by the IRS. Your site SIDN is an 8-digit number preceded by the letter S that must appear in the paid preparer use only section on all returns you prepare, both paper and electronic. Your coordinator provides this number along with any other necessary guidelines for completing the return. That's not something that you as a volunteer will need to know. That's something that's already built into the software for whatever site you are preparing at. That is something that the site coordinator or assistant site coordinator will take care of. And so it's already there on the return. The Identity Protection PIN or the IP PIN program. Nationwide, we know that identity theft continues to grow at an alarming rate. The IRS developed a strategy to address the problem of identity theft related tax administration issues. The IRS strategy continues to evolve, but is focused on 3 priorities that are fundamental to addressing this challenge: victim assistance, outreach, and prevention. Victim assistance. The IRS is working to speed up case resolution and provide more training for employees who assist victims of identity theft. Outreach. The IRS is educating taxpayers so they can prevent and resolve tax-related identity theft issues quickly. Prevention. The IRS is implementing new processes for handling returns, new filters to detect fraud, new initiatives to partner with stakeholders, and a continued commitment to investigate the criminals who perpetrate these crimes. It refers you to the IRS Identity Theft Central page at irs.gov/ID theft to stay current on IRS efforts to combat the growing problem. A wide range of information on identity theft is presented. ranging from how to contact the IRS with a case of identity theft to tips for keeping taxpayer records safe. How you can assist taxpayers who may be victims of identity theft at VITA TCE sites. By being sensitive towards victims of identity theft is critical to assist taxpayers through a confusing and frustrating situation. Remember, victims of identity theft are victimized by identity thieves, mostly through no fault of their own, and trying to comply with tax laws by filing their tax returns and paying their fair share of taxes. Every December, the IRS mails notice CP01A to taxpayers previously identified as identity theft victims. The notice includes a 6-digit identity protection personal identification number known as an IP PIN to be entered on the tax return. Taxpayers are mailed notice CP01A every year as long as the identity theft indicator remains on their account, which is usually 3 years. You want to use the most recent IP PIN regardless of the tax year. If a taxpayer has been issued an IP PIN, if their account has been noted for identity theft and they've been issued an IP PIN, they must have that IP PIN when coming into a site. If they make you aware that they have an IP PIN, that return can be prepared, but it can't be filed electronically because it's going to be rejected because it has to have that IP PIN. And so you can advise the taxpayer if they don't have that IP PIN, they can mail that return in, or they can return with that IP PIN, because if not, then their return is going to be rejected because it's looking for that IP PIN. That IP PIN is a way for the IRS to know that this is the true person who owns this Social Security number, which is why we issue this IP PIN. They can't verify that if that IP PIN is not on that return. The following table should be used when assisting taxpayers who are victims or may be victims of identity theft at a VITA TCE site. Again, this table is located in your publication 4491. There's also information in your volunteer resource guide or your publication 4012. It's an if and then chart to answer a question. If an IP PIN was issued, then what should I do? And so you can go through that chart to answer more questions or to give you more information as it relates to identity theft. It also gives you information on if a taxpayer has lost, misplaced, or did not receive their IP PIN. They have 2 options. They can register or create a user profile to get a current IP PIN, or they can contact the IRS to request that the IP PIN be reissued. On the Form 1040 returns, the IP PIN, the Form 1040 includes a series of 6 boxes just to the right of the taxpayer's and spouse's occupation on page 2 of that form. The boxes are clearly marked as identity protection PIN. Again, if the taxpayers choose to file their return on paper, the letter issued by the IRS will instruct them to write the 6-digit IP PIN in the area just to the right of the taxpayer's or spouse's occupation. If the return is being electronically filed, the software is going to automatically populate that IP PIN once you've entered that PIN in the applicable place. The IP PIN acts as an identity validation tool only. The IP PIN indicate that taxpayers previously provided IRS with information that validates their identity and that IRS is satisfied that the taxpayers are the valid owner of the SSN. Returns that are filed on accounts with an IP PIN indicator present are processed as valid returns using standard processing procedures. Returns that are filed on accounts with an IP PIN indicator present that do not have an IP PIN or the IP PIN was not input correctly will experience delays while IRS validates the identity of the taxpayer against IRS records. As a VITA TCE program volunteer, what are your responsibilities? You have a responsibility to provide quality service and to uphold the ethical standards of the program. When you begin as a volunteer, you will be asked to sign the Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, which states you will adhere to these standards. You will follow all quality site requirements, or QSR, and we will go into those. You will not accept payment, ask for donations, or accept refund payments for federal or state tax return preparation from customers. You do not solicit business from taxpayers you help or use information you gained about them or their information for any direct or indirect personal benefit for yourself or any specific individual or organization. You will not knowingly prepare false returns. You will not engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notoriously disgraceful conduct, or any other conduct considered to have a negative effect on the VITA TCE program. And you will treat all taxpayers in a professional, courteous, and respectful manner. As a volunteer, follow these standards for return preparation. Become certified. Use the intake, interview, and quality review process. Use reference materials. Complete the steps to electronically file tax returns, and adhere to the privacy and confidentiality guidelines. As a VITA volunteer, there is a due diligence that you must adhere to. Due diligence means doing your part to ensure that tax returns are correct. As an IRS certified volunteer, you ensure that information on the return you are preparing or reviewing is correct and complete. Doing your part includes confirming a taxpayer's and spouse's, if it applies, identity, providing them top quality service by helping them understand and meet their tax responsibilities, and clarifying that information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete. Generally, as an IRS certified volunteer, you may rely in good faith on information from a taxpayer without requiring documentation as verification. However, part of due diligence requires volunteers to ask a taxpayer to clarify information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete. When reviewing information for its accuracy, volunteers need to ask themselves if the information is unusual or questionable. If at any time a volunteer becomes uncomfortable with the information provided by the taxpayer, the volunteer should not prepare the tax return. When in doubt, make an effort to find an answer. You want to always seek assistance from your coordinator or assistant coordinator. You want to seek assistance from a tax preparer with more experience. Reschedule or suggest the taxpayer come back when a more experienced tax preparer is available. Reference or research publications, such as your publication 4012 or the publication 17. Do some research at irs.gov. There is a VITA TCE hotline that's available. There is also interactive tax assistance. One is built into your software. Another is available at irs.gov to address tax law issues. You want to also advise taxpayers to seek assistance from a professional tax preparer. Excuse me. If at any time there is something that makes you uncomfortable, there's something you're not comfortable with completing, take it to your site coordinator or assistant site coordinator. If there's something that you are questioning, if there's something the taxpayer cannot give you more clarification on, if it's something that is just not sitting right with you and it just does not, you as a VITA volunteer, just because a taxpayer comes into a VITA TCE site does not mean you have to complete their return. Just because it is a VITA TCE site, just because the service is free, just because you are volunteering does not mean that you are required to complete their return. If at any time something is is just making you uncomfortable. You are not comfortable completing their return. The taxpayer, the numbers are not adding up. Something just not. Take it to your coordinator or more experienced tax preparer. And if it still does not feel right with you, have them assigned to another tax preparer, or advise them to take this to a paid preparer. You don't have to go into detail of why it is that you do not feel comfortable completing their return. That's what your site coordinator is for. But if anytime you feel like you're not comfortable completing their return, do not do it. And you have the right not to. All right. This is the example. The following example illustrates unusual or questionable situations that call for more information from the taxpayer. It says Larry goes to a VITA TCE site to have his taxes prepared. Larry tells a tax preparer his filing status is head of household. He wants to claim his 2-year-old nephew for EIC. He has no child care expenses. He earned $19,000 in wages. He is 26 years old. Larry's information regarding his qualifying child and filing status is questionable. Further inquiries are needed to determine why the uncle is claiming the child and not the parents, why isn't there child care expenses, and who cares for the child while the taxpayer works. Listen, and this is just me being honest. I wouldn't go into all of that. If I saw a 26-year-old coming in and he's completed his 13614C, he's went through the intake interview process, they've completed their part of the process, and he's now come to me as a preparer, or if I'm the intake person and I am doing his interview, trying to make sure that Larry has all of his documentation. I'm trying to ensure that he falls within the scope of the VITA TCE program. And I see on his 13614C that he has his 2-year-old nephew on here as his dependent. He has all his documentation for him. I'm not going into detail with Larry on why his nephew's mama and daddy are not claiming him, who kept him while he was working, and me and Larry are not gonna have that conversation that day while the VITA site is full with people getting their taxes returned, trying to get their taxes prepared. Me and Larry are not gonna have that conversation. Now, if you feel like you and Larry want to have that conversation, then you are more than welcome to, as a preparer, as the intake person, as a site coordinator. You are more than welcome to do that. I'm not. And so you have to make the determination whether or not you want to do a deep dive into why Larry is claiming the nephew. Larry may go into detail of why he's claiming his nephew, but no. If he has the necessary documentation that proves that he has the right and privilege to claim his 2-year-old nephew, then and I'm able to prepare their return, then it falls on the IRS, the exam department, and all of that after it leaves me. The second example says Stephen goes to a VITA TCE site to have his taxes prepared. Stephen tells a tax preparer he is 22 years old. He has 2 sons, aged 10 and 11. Okay, he has Social Security card for both boys and himself. His W-2 wage indicates earnings of $20,000. Stephen's age and the age of the qualifying children appear to be inconsistent. Further inquiries are needed to determine, are the boys his sons by birth, foster sons, adopted sons, stepsons? Is there anyone else eligible to claim the children as qualifying children? Do the tiebreaker rules apply? If asked, can the taxpayer provide proof that the qualifying children live with him for more than half of the year? As a certified volunteer, remember due diligence and take reasonable steps to ensure the tax return is correct. You want to ask enough questions to determine if allowable expenses were incurred and that income reported is correct. Add all taxable income to the tax return. If the item is questionable and or unallowable, do not claim the deduction or credit on the tax return. Make a note of the decision on Form 13614C, intake, interview, and quality review sheet to alert the reviewer. If you are uncomfortable with the information or documentation provided by a taxpayer, do not prepare the return, contact the coordinator. If the taxpayer wishes to take a position on their return that is contrary to your training, you should not prepare the return. Tax return integrity means volunteers must take reasonable steps to ensure the tax return is correct, which includes verify that all Social Security numbers and individual taxpayer identification numbers presented by the taxpayer match the numbers listed on the tax returns. Not preparing returns that are out of scope, not preparing returns for which you have not been certified, explaining to the taxpayer what income is taxable and why a deduction or credit can or cannot be included on their return. You want to always use IRS reference materials to support your statements. You want to have a second certified volunteer quality review the completed return and discuss it with the taxpayer. Not make changes or corrections to the tax return after the taxpayer leaves the site without notifying the taxpayer. As an IRS certified volunteer preparer, you have the responsibility to perform adequate due diligence on every return. The goal is not to prepare as many tax returns as possible, but to accurately report taxpayer income and deductions. You want to always ensure that you are doing your due diligence. You want to always ensure that you are acting within the scope of your certification as well as the scope of the VITA TCE program. You want to always ensure that you are completing that return to the best of your ability. And you want to always clarify the information that that taxpayer has brought to you. That does not mean that you have to go into a deep dive of that taxpayer's history. You don't have to do a deep dive of why this and why that. As long as it's not questionable, as long as the taxpayer is able, if they're able to verify the information that they have and it's not questionable to you, and if it is questionable to you, you take it to your site coordinator. If the site coordinator is fine with it, you still have a question with it, you can tell that site coordinator, I'm not comfortable completing this return. You always have the right to not complete a return if you're not comfortable with it. You are the key to the integrity of the VITA TCE program. Taxpayers will trust that all information you receive from them is protected from disclosure. To maintain this trust, do not disclose any personal tax information gained as the result of the service you provided. Do not openly discuss taxpayers by name in the presence of other volunteers or taxpayers. You may discuss tax situations, just don't use names. Do not retain taxpayers' documents for a follow-up visit. If you cannot fully complete the taxpayer's return at the time of service, return all documents to the taxpayer. Do not take taxpayers' information for preparation of the return outside the presence of the taxpayer unless virtual VITA TCE procedures are being used. Do not prepare a tax return when you suspect an individual is not providing truthful information, again, using your due diligence. Do not exclude any of the taxpayer's relevant income or expenses, regardless of whether they increase or decrease the amount of tax due or refund. Having the taxpayer present in the taxpayer's site is not always possible. In these cases, virtual VITA TCE processes can be used to prepare returns without taxpayer being in person. And that's something that your site coordinator or assistant site coordinator should advise you of what their procedures are at that particular site, whether they are only doing in person, whether they're doing in person and virtual, or whether they're only doing virtual. That site coordinator or assistant site coordinator should advise you of what procedures are being handled at that particular site. Some individuals may attempt to defraud the government by filing false tax returns. If you have a question about the validity of information provided by a taxpayer or are uncomfortable with the taxpayer situation, discuss your concern with your coordinator. You can always email ts.voltax@irs.gov if you or a taxpayer have a concern or an issue regarding unethical behavior at a site. It tells you what information you need to include in that email when you are sending. Any questions or concerns about anything that we have covered so far?
Thank you. This was very thorough.
You are welcome.
So
let's take
yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Are there two people involved in the process? Is there a person who does the kind of the interviewing of the individual and preparing of that form, and then once that information is good, then he goes to a preparer? Are those two different people, or are they one and the same?
So when a taxpayer enters a site, that person will actually will actually see three people. And so when a taxpayer comes into a site, there should be a screener or intake interview person. And sometimes that person is the same. Depending on how big that site is, it could be multiple people. But the intake interview person, that person will sit with that taxpayer, go through their 13614C, as well as all of their documentation to ensure that A, this person is within scope of the VITA TCE program, and B, this person has all the documentation they need in order to get their return prepared that day. And so they're going to do their interview with that taxpayer to make sure all they have checked all the boxes on their 13614C, that they have yes, no boxes, some unsure. So they're making sure yes, no is checked. Anything unsure has been moved to yes, no. Anything that's checked yes, they have documentation for, all of that. And so all of that should be done before they get to whoever the preparer is. And so if you are the preparer, then you should not be doing the intake interview with them unless you are a small site. And if you are a small site, then sometimes you have multiple roles. The only role that you will not have in dealing with a taxpayer is intake interview, prepare, and then I turn around and quality review. That's two different people. And so when a taxpayer comes into the site, they'll see an intake person, then they'll go to a preparer, and then they'll go to a quality review person.
Great, thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or concerns? And we'll get more in. I think you may get a better understanding when we go through the publication 5101, which is the intake interview and quality review training. That may answer or make it more clear for you of what that process is. But so yeah, so the taxpayer should, if depending on the size of the site, they may see a total of 3 people doing their process at a VITA site. If it is a smaller site, then minimum should be 2, because the quality review person is not the same person as the person who prepared it. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute stretch. After we come back from our 5-minute stretch, we will go into the publication 4961, which is our VITA TCE Volunteer Standards of Conduct.
Yes, Miss Ruck, I have a question when everybody get back.
Okay.
Okay. Are you gonna go over our time frame for when we gotta have our certification completed? Because you know, it's almost tax time, like at the end of this month or something like that, at the beginning of February. And is everything electronic? And can we print off the practice modules when we doing the practice test to make our own reference manual? Do Vita have one that they that we can get?
Now, I don't know if United Way has the hard copies of the publication 6744. That's something Hunter can answer.
I believe we do. I know we've got physical copies of a lot of the training materials, and I believe that publication is included in what we have. We have some physical copies at the office that you can coordinate with me if you'd like to pick up once the snow clears and we return to our office.
Okay.
And
And so
in terms of,
I'm
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, I was just gonna state that 6744 has all of the training materials in it, as well as far as the scenarios, the questions, and all of that. The only thing that it would not have in it, once you get to the certain parts of the scenario, you have to input tax returns in the practice lab. And so it wouldn't have that information in it. So you will be able to go into the practice lab and print that. But as far as everything else, that 6744 will have it.
Okay, so we need the 6744 and then just look at the different circumstances that they have when we're practicing and kind of know what to go by for that.
Yes, in order to do your certification, yes.
And are you gonna tell us some time frames?
Now, as far as the time frame, there is no certain time frame for you to be certified unless United Way has one. Otherwise, you have to be certified before you go into your respective sites. So if you already know what site you want to volunteer at, you just have to be certified before you are able to go into that site to begin working whatever your respective role is. And so if you want to be a intake interview person, if you want to be a preparer, if you want to be a quality reviewer, that's going to determine what certification level you have to complete, and that those certifications have to be completed before you start doing that role. But there is no certain time frame on when it has to be done. It just has to be done before you start volunteering.
That's correct. Yeah, United Way doesn't have a specified, date when all training must be completed by this time. It's exactly what LaQuisha said. The requirement is that you just have to be certified before you can volunteer. Our official start date for our site openings is 27th. So, if we wanted an unofficial date, we're hoping that training will be completed by then. But really, it's whenever you are going to volunteer, your certification must be done before then. If anything, part of the process is that someone from United Way signs off on your form once you complete certification before you volunteer. So I would say, maybe give yourself a little bit of time just so you can email that completed form to us and we can make sure it's signed and stored before you volunteer. But other than that, really, it's just make sure that you're certified before you volunteer.
Thank you.
So after the training, as I stated at the beginning, once we go through this training on the last day, which is next Thursday, I try to get as far as possible into the advanced certification. I don't do the basic because the advanced encompasses the basic. And so I try to go through the advanced certification. And so I try to go through as far as possible as it relates to the scenarios. I try to get us to work through the scenarios as far as possible on the last day, so that I can get you as far as feasible throughout this training into your certification. And so that if you have any questions while we're all together, then I'm able to help assist with it. I do provide my email address at the end so that if there's any questions or concerns that you have in completing the certification or you need any help, then you can always email me. But I try to get as far into the certification as possible on the last day, so that I can help that certification along for you all. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
You talking about with 4961 on it?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. All right. So the publication 4961 is your volunteer standards of conduct and ethics training. And so if you should be able to access this at irs.gov. If you want to have this, or if you want to read along with me doing this is the publication that I am or will be reading out of. But this is your volunteer standards of conduct and ethics training. At the end of this, it goes through the questions that is or will be your certification. And so if you don't have the publication 6744, then you can write down the questions and the answers to the questions or whatever that looks like. And so then all you have to do is to go in and fill those questions or answers into your Link Learn certification for your volunteer standards of conduct certification. All right. And so it begins by saying that the integrity of the volunteer income tax assistance, or VITA, and tax counseling for the elderly, or TCE, programs depends on maintaining public trust. All taxpayers using VITA TCE services should be confident they are receiving accurate tax return preparation and quality service. Although this service is free, we still want them to know that they are receiving accurate preparation and quality service from someone that they can trust with their information. All volunteers are responsible for providing the highest quality and best service to taxpayers. Along with their responsibilities, all volunteers must sign and date the Form 13615, which is your volunteer standards of conduct agreement, each year, stating they will uphold the highest ethical standards and follow all quality site requirements, or the QSRs. Furthermore, all IRS stakeholder partnerships, education and communication, which is IRS SPEC partners, must sign either the Form 13533, which is the sponsor agreement, or the 13533A, which is the FCA remote sponsor agreement, certifying that they will adhere to the strictest standards of ethical conduct. By signing this agreement, the sponsor agrees to make certain their volunteers are aware of the standards of conduct and the key principles of privacy and confidentiality. New volunteers must complete the volunteer standards of conduct training, which is what we are doing now. Returning volunteers are encouraged to review the VSC training as a refresher. All VITA TCE volunteers must pass a VSC certification test with a score of 80% or higher. The trainer will provide an explanation of the 6 volunteer standards of conduct that's listed on the Form 13615, information on how to report possible violations, consequences or failure to adhere to the program requirements, and examples of situations that raise questions on ethical behavior. So the question is asked on why do we have ethics training? It says during past filing seasons, the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, or TIGTA, and IRS SPEC discovered unacceptable practices at a few VITA TCE sites. In response to these issues, IRS SPEC enhanced the volunteer standards of conduct. The intent is to provide guidance and a structure for regulating VITA TCE volunteers and to protect taxpayers. When unscrupulous volunteers intentionally ignore the law, It compromises the integrity of the VITA TCE program and the public's trust. Unfortunately, due to the actions of a few, the VITA TCE program's integrity and trust have been tested. In these cases, IRS SPEC can and does take appropriate actions against the partners and volunteers involved. IRS SPEC is ultimately responsible for the oversight of the VITA TCE program. The agency often receives complaints from taxpayers, partners, and congressional members when notices are issued. IRS SPEC researches and responds to all inquiries. At the end of this lesson, you should be able to list the 6 volunteer standards of conduct, describe unethical behavior. You should be able to use the external referral process to report any unethical behavior, identify consequences for failing to comply with the standards, and explain how volunteers are protected. IRS SPEC defines unethical as not conforming to agreed standards of moral conduct, especially within a particular profession. In most cases, unethical behavior is acted upon with the intent to disregard the established laws, procedures, or set policies. Do not confuse an unethical action with a lack of knowledge or a simple mistake. It gives an example. It says, Mary prepared a return which included a credit the taxpayer did not qualify for. Mary did not understand the law, so she did not act unethically. However, if Mary knowingly allowed a credit for which the taxpayer did not qualify, Mary committed an unethical act and violated the volunteer standards of conduct. The volunteer standards of conduct. Often volunteers face ethical issues which arise in unexpected situations, requiring quick decisions and good judgment. In many cases, the volunteer will react to unusual situations and not realize until later that it was, in fact, an ethical dilemma. The volunteer standards of conduct were developed specifically for the operation of free tax preparation programs. Form 13615, Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, VITA TCE program applies to all conduct and ethical behavior affecting the VITA TCE programs. Volunteers must agree to adhere to the standards of conduct prior to working in a VITA TCE free tax return preparation site. All participants in the VITA TCE program must adhere to these volunteer standards of conduct. There are 6. VSC 1 states, follow all quality site requirements. The purpose of the quality site requirements is to ensure the quality and accuracy of tax return preparation and consistent operation of sites. Non-adherence to any QSR only becomes a violation of the VSC if volunteers refuse to follow the QSR. If the problem is corrected, it is not a violation of the VSC. It refers you to publication 5166, VITA TCE Volunteer Quality Site Requirements, for a full explanation of each QSR. There are 10 QSRs. QSR 1 is certification, and we kind of went through what the certification process is, advising that you must complete your certifications using the electronic test through Lincoln Learn by utilizing Form 6744, which is the VITA TCE Volunteer Assistance Test or Retest to complete those tests. Volunteer training may consist of classroom training, self-study, and or Lincoln Learn. Volunteers have 2 attempts to pass each certification with a passing score of 80% or above. Volunteer standards of conduct training. New volunteers must take the VSC training. Again, it's available in Lincoln Learn, as well as in this publication, the 4961. The VITA TCE intake, interview, and quality review training, which will be the next training we complete. All returning And new volunteer instructors, preparers, coordinators, and quality reviewers must take publication 5101, which is the VITA TCE intake, interview, and quality review training, and pass intake, interview, and quality review certification. Volunteer greeters, screeners, and client facilitators who assist taxpayers with completing Form 13614C intake, interview, and quality review sheet must also take the intake, interview, and quality review training and certify. Volunteers who answer tax law questions, instruct tax law classes, prepare or correct tax returns, and or conduct quality reviews of completed tax returns must certify in tax law prior to conducting tax law related tasks. Screeners and client facilitators who answer tax law questions must also certify in tax law. Tax law certification is an annual requirement. Volunteers who do not help with tax law related issues, for example, greeters, receptionists, and equipment coordinators, do not have to certify in tax law, but still must complete the VSC certification test via Lincoln Learn. We went through the certification levels. Again, you can read more regarding the QSRs in your publication 5166. QSR 2 is your intake, interview, and quality review process. All taxpayers using the services offered through the VITA TCE programs should be confident they are receiving accurate return preparation and quality service. 3 vital processes that result in accurate returns and quality service are effective intake, thorough taxpayer interview, and quality review of the tax return. As I stated, depending on the size of a site, a taxpayer could see at least 3 people coming into that site. The person who does their intake and interview more than likely will be the same person. Then they go have their return prepared. Then they go to a quality review person who completes that process of the return, have them to look over the return, make sure everything looks to be completed and correct, and then they have them to sign. All sites must use the Form 13614C. Again, it's the intake, interview, and quality review sheet, and I will show you all one of those for every tax return prepared by an IRS certified volunteer. Form 13614C guides the IRS certified volunteer preparer through the interview with the taxpayer and allows them to gather all necessary information to prepare an accurate return. Every site must use a complete quality review process for all returns prepared to ensure accuracy. A tax return is considered accurate when tax law is applied correctly, and the completed return is free from error based on the completed Form 13614C intake, interview, and quality review sheet, the taxpayer's interview, and the taxpayer supporting documentation. All returns must be quality reviewed and discussed with the taxpayer using the designated peer-to-peer review. Self-review is not allowed. All returns must be quality reviewed by another volunteer certified to the level required for the return. This is QSR number 2 requires a volunteer to have a complete Form 13614C before preparing each tax return. Volunteers must certify or verify each answer on pages 1 through 3. On pages 2 and 3, confirm each check box is accurate. If a taxpayer incorrectly checked a box, erase or cross out the box and put your initials. Use the gray shaded column on the right side of your pages 2 or 3 to leave notes or clarify answers. There is additional space for preparing notes on page 5. QSR 3 is confirming photo identification and taxpayer identification numbers. Coordinators must have a process in place to confirm taxpayers' identities and taxpayer identification numbers. All volunteers must follow the site's process prior to tax return preparation. In addition, the quality reviewer must perform the verification procedures again during quality review before taxpayer signs and receives a copy of the prepared tax returns. This process must include using acceptable documents to confirm taxpayers' identities and TIN or social security numbers by reviewing original photo ID for the taxpayer and a spouse if it applies, and social security numbers and individual taxpayer identification numbers or ITNs for everyone listed on the tax returns, and correct spelling of names for everyone listed on the tax returns. It refers you to publication 4299 for more information about acceptable documents for photo identifications and to confirm a TIN. You want to always check with your site or assistant site coordinator to ensure what their process is as it relates to what their process is with accepting photo identification numbers and social security numbers, especially if you are the greeter and intake person before you begin doing your interviews and verification process. You want to know what their process is as a site. Some sites accept only photo IDs, social security cards. Some will accept prior year returns, documents from the Social Security Administration, things of that nature. So you just want to know and confirm what that site will and will not accept. QSR number 4 is reference materials. All sites must have in paper or electronic form the following reference materials available. The publication 17, which is your federal income tax for individuals. Your publication 4012, which is your VITA TCE volunteer resource guide. Your publication 4299, which is your privacy, confidentiality, and civil rights of public trust. Volunteer tax alerts and quality sites requirement alerts or cyber tax alerts issued by TaxAid. Your site coordinator or assistant site coordinator will sometimes have these listed or placed in a book for you at your site so that you are aware of any tax alerts or any type of changes that may have come across for the day or the week. And so they may have or make you aware of any type of tax alerts that may be out for the day or the week. QSR 5 is your volunteer agreement. That's your form 13615, the volunteer standards of conduct agreement. Annually, all volunteers must complete the volunteer standards of conduct certification. In addition, they must agree to follow the VSC by signing and dating the form 13615. The partner's approving official must also certify by signing and dating the form 13615. This confirms that the partner's approving official has verified the volunteer's identity, name, and address using government-issued photo identification. The partner must also confirm the volunteer has passed the required IRS training certification test or test, and the volunteer has signed and dated the form 13615. Every volunteer's form must be certified prior to their volunteering at a VITA TCE site. Again, if you're going to multiple sites, you need multiple copies of the form 13615. That site coordinator needs, every site coordinator that you volunteer at needs a copy of that form on file. Coordinators must exercise due diligence and have a method to verify training certification the day the volunteer reports to the sites. It also states that a volunteer's name and addresses in Lincoln Learn must match their government issued photo ID. Advise volunteers to update their My Account page in Lincoln Learn with their valid name and address. The approving official must confirm volunteers' identity, names, and addresses using government issued photo ID when reviewing and signing forms 13615. SPEC partners and coordinators can review volunteers' government issued photo ID electronically. Government issued photo identification includes a valid driver's license, a state ID, military or national ID, a visa, global entry ID, or passport. Coordinators can make exceptions to use official high school identification for students taking part as volunteers in an official VITA TCE high school program. Coordinators who prepare tax returns, provide tax law assistance, correct rejected returns, or quality review tax returns must certify and tax law to the level required for the complexity of the returns. If they do not perform any of these duties, they are not required to certify in tax law as shown by the dotted line in the certification path chart. And this is just a chart of all of the certifications levels. This is also a screenshot, the top part of that form 13615 and what it looks like. QSR 6 is a timely filing of tax returns. All coordinators must have a process in place to ensure every tax return is timely electronically filed or delivered to the taxpayer. It refers you to publication 1345, which is the handbook for authorized IRS e-file providers of individual income tax returns for guidance on e-filing returns, stockpiling of returns, and resolving rejects. If you are only the preparer and not the site coordinator or assistant site coordinator, then you won't know that the return has either been e-filed or rejected. That's something the site coordinators handle. And so your only responsibility is to get that return prepared correctly and accurately. Quality reviewer completes their return with their tax preparer, have them to sign it, and then that return is submitted for transmission. Returns must be completed within a reasonable time frame. If due to lack of response, delays with resolving rejects, signing Form 8879 or volunteer staffing, sites must notify taxpayers that the return has been deactivated in the tax preparation software and to return to the site to pick up their tax documents. If the taxpayer does not return to the site per publication 4299, sites must properly dispose of tax documents, including burning or shredding the data, which is why it's necessary for us to ensure that the information we receive from the taxpayer, especially the phone numbers, is correct so that if there is an issue and the return is rejected, we are able to notify that taxpayer so that we are able to get it corrected and resubmitted. Extension to file returns. Sites can assist taxpayers with filing Form 4868, application for automatic extension to file U.S. individual income tax return with the consent of the taxpayer and when the facts and circumstances of the taxpayer's situation indicate filing an extension to file their return is the correct tax determination for the taxpayer. In order to e-file the Form 4868 on behalf of the taxpayer, the Form 8878 IRS e-file signature authorization for the Form 4868 or Form 2350 must be signed by the taxpayer prior to e-filing of the Form 4868. QSR 7 deals with civil rights. All VITA TCE sites must make available to all taxpayers who seek services at the site information on Title V of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 by providing the current publication 4053, Your Civil Rights Are Protected poster. And so every site that you go through, there is a requirement of posters that have to be displayed, and the civil rights is one. Those posters provide volunteers and taxpayers with contact information to report discriminatory treatment. Excuse me. If a taxpayer or volunteer has a civil right complaint, refer them to the contact information on publication 4053. If a taxpayer requests the information in writing, offer publication 4454. Your civil rights are protected. That publication is an optional brochure designed to notify taxpayers of their civil rights when the site cannot provide tax preparation services. QSR 8 is the correct site identification number. Again, that's not something you will have to deal with as a preparer. That's something that the site coordinators complete. But all tax returns prepared by the VITA TCE sites must include the correct site identification number. E-file administrators must set tax software defaults to make sure the correct SIDN automatically appears on each tax return. Partners or coordinators should work with their local SPEC territory office to make sure they are using the correct SIDN. QSR 9 is the correct electronic filing identification number, or the EFIN. Again, this is something that the site coordinators take care of. All tax returns prepared by VITA TCE sites must include the correct electronic filing identification number. All partners must use the online IRS e-file application process found in e-services on irs.gov to apply for an EFIN or update an application. And QSR 10 is security, privacy, and confidentiality. Publication 4299, which is the privacy, confidentiality, and civil rights of public trust, is the resource document for guidance on securing and protecting personally identifiable information, or PII, shared by taxpayers, volunteers, and partners. A copy, whether it's a physical or an electronic copy, must be available at the site. Sites must follow all security, privacy, and confidentiality guidelines as outlined in that publication. All coordinators must have security procedures in place. Preparing an annual security plan is one of the processes. Sites use the form 15272, which is the VITA TCE security plan, or a similar document that captures the same information. They want to make sure that they protect all computers with passwords, use a hardwired internet connection, or an encrypted and password protected wireless internet connection. They want to ensure that to secure computers, printers, and all equipment. Safeguard PII at the site by safely storing and or properly disposing of the information. Properly securing signatures on IRS section 7216 require consent notices. Limiting volunteer access privileges to the tax software based on assigned roles. Generally restricting volunteer access to the tax software. And deactivating usernames in the tax software when volunteers quit, resign, or are no longer working at the site. Again, it refers you to the publication 5166, VITA TCE Volunteer Quality Site Requirements. VSC 2 states that we cannot accept payment, ask for donations, or accept refund payments for federal or state tax return preparation from customers. You will have some taxpayers that are grateful for the service that you are providing. They will ask. Some I have in the past been asked, could they give something? Can they give you something? And you have to always advise them that no, this is a free service we are providing, and that while you appreciate their gratefulness, you are grateful just to be helping them. And so when we say free, we do mean free, that we do not accept payment for any of our services from the clients we serve. We do not want to confuse the taxpayer by asking them for any type of donation. Donation or tip jars located in the return preparation area or taxpayer waiting area are a violation of this standard. Donation or tip jars can be placed in another area at the site as long as that area does not give the impression that the site is collecting the funds for return preparation. Donation or tip jars cannot be in the entry, waiting, tax preparation, or quality review areas. As stated, a client may offer payment, but always refuse with a smile and say something like, thank you, but we cannot accept payment for our services. If someone insists, recommend cookies or donuts for the site. Taxpayers can pay cash donations to the sponsoring organization, but not in the tax preparation area. Refer taxpayers who are interested in making cash donations to the appropriate website or to the coordinator for more information. Taxpayers' federal or state refunds must not be deposited into VITA TCE volunteers, partners, or any associated organizations, personal or business bank or debit card accounts. VITA TCE sites must only request direct deposit of a taxpayer's refund into accounts bearing the taxpayer's name. Some VITA TCE site uses employees of the sponsor organization to prepare tax returns as a part of their work duties. This is not considered receiving payment from the customer and is not a violation to this VSC. VSC number 3 says do not solicit business from taxpayers you help or use the information gained about them, which is their information, for any direct or indirect personal benefit for yourself or any other specific individual or organization. Volunteers must properly use and safeguard taxpayers' personal information. Volunteers may not use confidential or non-public information to engage in financial transactions. They cannot allow improper use of taxpayer information to further their own, another person's, or organization's private interests. SPEC encourages partnering with banks or credit unions to promote unbanked taxpayers to open bank accounts. However, sites and volunteers cannot offer clients refund anticipation loans or RALs or refund anticipation checks or RACs when preparing federal or state tax returns. VITA TCE coalitions and partners must take steps so taxpayers clearly understand tax services remain free of cost, regardless of whether they sign up for a bank or credit union membership or a refund anticipation loan. And this is if the site is partnering with a bank or credit union. Bank or credit union information enrollment tables must remain in a separate space from tax return preparation. Bank or credit union offerings must be announced using general terms to potential customers separate from tax return preparation. Volunteers must not promote bank or credit union services by using information provided by the taxpayer to prepare a tax return. SPEC encourages VITA TCE coalitions and partners to reach out and find additional financial institutions to offer services at VITA TCE sites. To avoid the appearance of endorsement or preferential treatment, SPEC recommends giving other financial institutions with similar products with the same or similar terms to be present at the location separate from tax return preparation. There will be some instances where taxpayer will allow the use of their personal information other than for return preparation. Under Internal Revenue Code 7216, all volunteer sites using or disclosing taxpayer data for purposes other than current, prior, or subsequent year tax return preparation must secure a consent from the taxpayer. There are several types of consents: global carry forward consent, relational EFIN consent, and use and disclosure consent. The coordinator will already have a process in place if consents are required. And this is not something that you will have, as a preparer, will have to go over. The intake interview person will normally go over these consents, and they should already be built into the software when you are preparing that return. And the quality review person, when that person is signing that return, will go over these consents with that taxpayer. There are exceptions to require consents. Volunteer sites that use or disclose the total number of returns prepared for their taxpayers at their site for fundraising, marketing, and publicity are not required to consider taxpayers' consent. This information cannot include any PII, such as the taxpayer's name, SSN or ITIN, address, or other personal information. It does not disclose information containing data from fewer than 10 tax returns. This exception does not apply to the use or disclosure in marketing or advertising of statistical compilations containing or reflecting dollar amounts of refunds, credits, rebates, or related percentages. RRC 7216A imposes criminal penalties on tax return preparers who knowingly or recklessly make unauthorized or use information furnished in connection with preparation of an income tax return. For more information on that, on IRC 7216 required consents, it refers you to the publication 4299, Privacy, Confidentiality, and Civil Rights of Public Trust. I am a minute over your break time. So let's take a 15-minute break, and then we will continue with our volunteer standards of conduct training.
Yes.
All right. We stopped off on VSC number 4. And so that's where we will pick up. So the volunteer standard of conduct number 4 says we will not knowingly prepare false returns. It is imperative that volunteers correctly apply tax laws to the taxpayer situation. While it can be a temptation for a volunteer to bend the law to help taxpayers, this will cause problems down the road for the taxpayers. Volunteers must not knowingly prepare false returns. Trust in the IRS and the local sponsoring organization is jeopardized when ethical standards are not followed. Fraudulent returns can result in unwanted taxpayer interaction with the IRS. The taxpayer may be required to pay additional tax plus interest and penalties, resulting in an extreme burden. In addition, the taxpayer may seek damages under state or local law from the SPEC partner for the volunteer's fraudulent actions. Even so, the IRS will still seek payment of the additional taxes, interest, and penalties from the taxpayer. Again, it refers you to the ts.voltac@irs.gov email address to report suspected violations or concerns that you may have. One of the examples says a volunteer preparer told the taxpayer that cash income does not need to be reported. The return was completed without the cash income. The volunteer preparer has violated this standard. The quality reviewer simply missed this omission and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed. The quality reviewer missed this omission and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed since the quality reviewer did not knowingly allow this return to be e-filed incorrectly. The quality reviewer did not violate this standard. Do not confuse an unethical action with a lack of knowledge or simple mistake. For a low-income taxpayer, it could be impossible to make full payment and recover from return fraud. If full payment is not received, the taxpayer will receive several collection notices. If full payment is still not received, the taxpayer will be sent through the IRS collection process. This could involve the filing of a tax lien or a levy on their bank accounts or wages. The taxpayer may be eligible for an installment agreement, but it could take several years to pay the IRS debt. So we always want to be mindful and complete our due diligence when we are preparing these returns. We went through identity theft. It states that SPEC has a system that extracts information pertaining to tax returns filed through the VITA TCE. I think this was part of an example. It says Jane, an IRS tax law certified volunteer, is working at a VITA TCE site on the first day. The site is open. She has volunteered to electronically file the tax returns for the site to help out the coordinator. Therefore, she is given the needed permission level in the tax preparation software. That day, Joe, the coordinator, opens the locked VITA file cabinet and discovers an e-file acceptance report he forgot to destroy from the previous year. He asks Jane to take the report down the hall to the shredder because it has several SSN listed. Jane puts the report in her purse without Joe's knowledge. Later that night at home, Jane opens the VITA tax preparation software and prepares falsified tax returns for the 8 SSNs listed on the report she took from the VITA site that morning. She makes sure the returns all have large refunds. Jane puts her own bank account information in the direct deposit fields and electronically files a return. Jane stole the identity of these 8 taxpayers by preparing false federal tax returns to steal the refunds. SPEC has a system that extracts information pertaining to tax returns filed through the VITA TCE program where multiple tax refunds are being deposited into a single bank account. Jane's actions were reported to IRS CI and TIGTA. VSC number 5 says do not engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notoriously disgraceful conduct and any other conduct considered to have a negative effect on the VITA TCE program. SPEC can prohibit volunteers from participating in the VITA TCE program if they engage in criminal, infamous, dishonest, and notoriously disgraceful conduct or any other conduct prejudicial to the government. Volunteers must take care to avoid interactions that discredit the program. A taxpayer may look to state or local law to seek money from the SPEC partner for volunteers' fraudulent actions. There are consequences to those type of actions. Volunteers performing egregious activities are barred from volunteering for the VITA TCE program and may be added to a registry of barred volunteers. VSC number 6 says to treat all taxpayers in a professional, courteous, and respectful manner. To safeguard public trust, Internal Revenue Service employees, partners, and volunteers must maintain the confidence and respect of the people we serve. All volunteers must conduct themselves professionally in a courteous, businesslike, and diplomatic manner. Volunteers take pride in assisting individuals who come to the VITA TCE sites for return preparation. Taxpayers are often under a lot of stress and may wait extended periods for assistance. Volunteers may also experience stress due to the volume of taxpayers needing service. This situation can make patience run short. It is important to remain calm and create a peaceful and friendly atmosphere. Due diligence. That's something that you will hear throughout the duration of your volunteer process and period, because we always want you to exercise due diligence in preparing and assisting in the preparation of tax returns. IRS defines due diligence again as a degree of care and caution reasonably expected from and ordinarily exercised by a volunteer in the VITA TCE program. This means, as a volunteer, you must do your part when preparing or quality reviewing a tax return to ensure the information on the return is correct and complete as the best of your ability. We're not asking for you to go outside your scope, outside your ability to do your part, but what you can do, we want you to be able to do. Doing your part includes confirming a taxpayer's and spouse, if it applies, identity, and providing top quality service by helping them understand and meet their tax responsibilities. You're going to always, always, always hear me say, if you have a question, if there's any doubt, any concern, always refer to your coordinator or site coordinator or even more experienced tax preparer. Don't just rely on something you heard or something you think. If there is a question about it, ask. Generally, IRS tax law certified volunteers may rely in good faith on information from a taxpayer without requiring documentation as verification. However, part of your due diligence requires volunteers to ask a taxpayer to clarify information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete. A lot of times you can rely on what the taxpayers are telling you. If it does not appear that this information is in far left field, if you can take that information in good faith, then you can take it. If not, if it appears to be inconsistent, if it appears to be incomplete, if it appears to be not what it seems, then question what it is that they're giving you, because you have that right to question what it is that they're giving you. When reviewing information for its accuracy, volunteers need to ask themselves if the information is unusual or questionable. If at any time a volunteer becomes uncomfortable with the information provided by the taxpayer, the volunteer should not prepare their tax return. If necessary, ask the coordinator for assistance. Even after you've asked your coordinator for assistance, if you still feel uncomfortable with the information provided by that taxpayer, you do not have to prepare their return. That coordinator can reassign that person to another preparer, or that coordinator can prepare the return themselves. But if you feel uncomfortable, do not do it. It says, when in doubt, make an effort to find the answer. You want to seek assistance from your coordinator, from a more experienced tax preparer, or reschedule or suggest a taxpayer come back when someone else is there that it may be available to assist them. You want to always go to your reference or research publications, such as your 4012 or your publication 17. Go to the irs.gov website to see if there's more information there. Call your VITA TCE hotline. Someone there will be able to assist you, or research your interactive tax assistance. One is available at irs.gov. There's also interactive assistance built throughout your tax software. You can also advise the taxpayers to seek assistance from a professional tax preparer. What happens if you fail to comply with the volunteer standards of conduct? The standards are enforced. The U.S. tax system is based on voluntary compliance. Most taxpayers compute their tax accurately, but at times, unscrupulous taxpayers and preparers evade the system by filing fraudulent returns. For this reason, some sponsoring organizations may perform background checks on their volunteers. The VITA TCE program is operated by sponsoring partners and/or coalitions outside the IRS. However, IRS is responsible for providing oversight to protect the VITA TCE program's integrity and to maintain taxpayer confidence. IRS recognize the hard work the volunteers contribute to the programs and do not want that overshadowed by a volunteer's lapse in judgment. How are the standards enforced? IRS Spec continues to revise the Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement to provide guidance to volunteers and a structure for regulating ethical standards. By signing and dating the Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, volunteers agree they will adhere to the Volunteer Standards of Conduct, or the VSCs. If conduct violating these standards occur at any VITA TCE site, IRS Spec will recommend corrective actions. If the site cannot or will not remedy the conduct, then IRS Spec will discontinue its relationship and remove any government property from the site. In cases of wrongdoing, illegal conduct, and/or management practices that violate the VSCs, IRS Spec may terminate a VITA TCE grant. A volunteer's conduct could put a site or a partner in jeopardy of losing its government funding. If you discover unethical behavior, an unethical situation, or anything like that at a site, it advises you to contact your site coordinator, your partner, or you can send an email to spec headquarters at the ts.voltec@irs.gov email address. It advises you to copy your partner and your local spec territory office as appropriate. Again, it advises you that in general, your coordinator is your first point of contact for resolving any problems that a volunteer may encounter. It goes on to say that if you feel like this issue cannot be handled by your coordinator, then email the spec headquarters. Go to United Way, go to Hunter or Matt, someone that you feel can get this issue resolved and handled in a timely manner. Don't just take it for what it is. Don't feel like that the issue won't be handled. If you feel like there's a problem, there's a situation that needs to be heard, handled, email, reach out. There is things in place to handle situations. The volunteer's role in reporting questionable activity. Honest taxpayers and tax preparers preserve the tax system's integrity. To sustain confidence in the VITA TCE program, you must report violations that raise substantial questions about another volunteer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a tax preparer. Taxpayers and tax preparers who violate tax law are subject to civil and criminal penalties. Any person who knowingly aids, assists, procures, counsels, or advises in the preparation or presentation of a materially false or fraudulent return is subject to criminal punishment. IRS SPEC will refer violations to IRS CI or TIGDA. As a coordinator, they have a responsibility as well. If a coordinator determines a volunteer has violated the volunteer standards of conduct, the coordinator needs to immediately remove the volunteer from all site activities and deactivate their access to tax preparation software. In addition, notify both the partner and IRS SPEC with the details of the violation. The coordinator can notify IRS SPEC by either contacting their local SPEC territory office or using the external referral process. If the coordinator contacts the territory will use the internal referral process to elevate the referral to headquarters. It is critical that SPEC headquarters be notified as quickly as possible for any potential misconduct by any volunteers to preserve the integrity of the VITA TCE programs. There's an example. It says, while reading the newspaper, Violet, the coordinator at Pecan Public Library, learns that one of her volunteers, Dale, was arrested for identity theft. The article indicates Dale has been using other people's identity to apply for credit cards and then using these cards for unauthorized purchases. Violet sends an email to that referral email address with the details from the news article and deactivates Dale access to the tax preparation software. When the site opens the next day, Violet pulls Dale aside and advises him that he cannot work at the site due to his arrest on identity theft charges. Violet did what it was that she was supposed to do as a site coordinator. This goes more into the external referral process, which is sending that email to the ts.voltax@irs.gov. That email address is available in your publication 4836. It's also located on the form 13614C, that intake, interview, and quality review sheet. It's also located on publication 730, which is the tax important tax record envelope that is available at all sites that taxpayers receive when they finish getting their returns prepared. All VITA and TCE sites are required to display publication 4836 or D143 for AARP sites in a visible location to ensure taxpayer awareness of the ability to make a referral. It is critical that volunteers and taxpayers immediately report any suspicious or questionable behavior. The IRS will investigate the incidents reported to the email address to determine what events occurred and what actions need to be taken. The volunteer registry. Volunteers and partners released from the VITA TCE program for egregious actions and willful violations of the volunteer standards of conduct can be added to the IRS SPEC volunteer registry. The IRS SPEC director will determine if a volunteer or partner should be added to the registry. The purpose of the registry is to notify IRS SPEC employees of volunteers and partners who were removed from the VITA TCE program. The registry will include partner or individual names, locations, and affiliated agency or sponsors. Volunteers and or partners on this list are unable to participate in VITA TCE programs indefinitely. Egregious actions include, but are not limited to, one or more of the following willful actions: creating harm to taxpayers, volunteers, or IRS employees; refusing to adhere to all quality site requirements; accepting payment for return preparation at VITA TCE sites; using taxpayer personal information for personal gain; knowingly preparing false returns, engaging in criminal, infamous, dishonest, notorious, disgraceful conduct, and any other conduct considered to have a negative impact on the VITA TCE program. We all know that one person's behavior can cast a cloud of suspicion on the VITA TCE program as a whole. IRS Spec has closed tax sites due to unethical behavior, which left taxpayers without access to free tax preparation in the community. The consequences to the tax site or sponsor organization may include removal from all VITA TCE programs, deactivation of the sponsoring partner EFIN, termination of grant funds, referral of your conduct for potential TIGTA and criminal investigations, etc. So we want to always ensure that we are doing what it is that we need to do to act accordingly as a VITA volunteer. While it also has an impact on the VITA site, it also has a large impact on taxpayers. A taxpayer is responsible for paying only the correct amount of tax due under the law. Although a return is accepted, it may not be accurate. Acceptance merely means the required fields are complete and that no duplicate returns exist. However, an incorrect return can cause a taxpayer financial stress. And so we don't ever want to cause a taxpayer undue financial stress on our part. So we want to always ensure that we are completing that return to the best of our ability, correct, and that we are only putting what should be on that return so that that tax is assessed correctly. If tax collection will cause significant hardship, the taxpayer may be able to find relief. Significant hardship means serious deprivation, not simply economic or personal inconvenience to the taxpayer. Although collection action may stop, interest and penalties will continue to accrue until the balance is paid in full. So anytime incorrect information is placed on a return, that can cause undue hardship for a taxpayer, resulting in additional taxes, penalties, interests that are assessed. And if you've ever dealt with the IRS as it relates to a balance due, penalties and interest, you know how hard that can be. And so for a low income taxpayer that's dealing with additional tax as well as penalty and interest caused by an inaccurate return, we know that that could be hard. The question says, what if the taxpayer is not telling the truth? A volunteer who senses that a taxpayer is not telling the truth should not ignore it. Conduct a thorough interview to ensure there is no misunderstanding. If that does not resolve the matter, refer the taxpayer to the coordinator. Remember, if a volunteer is not comfortable with the information provided from the taxpayer, the volunteer is not obligated to prepare the return. If you don't remember anything else from this training, I want you to remember that. If you are not comfortable with the information, if you are not comfortable with the taxpayer, if you are not comfortable with what they are saying or doing, you are not obligated to have interaction with that taxpayer. You are not obligated to prepare their return. You are not obligated to have any dealings with them whatsoever. Just because you are a VITA volunteer, just because you went through this training, just because you've completed your certification, does not put you in the line of fire of any taxpayer who is out of control, who is rude, who is disrespect, none of that. You have the right to decline service at any point. After the return is completed, an IRS tax law certified volunteer must discuss the filing status, dependents, income, the AGI or adjusted gross income, the credits, taxes, payments, and the refund or balance due with the taxpayer. The volunteer must address any taxpayer's questions and concerns about the return. If necessary, ask the coordinator for assistance. Tax returns include the following disclosure statements: For the taxpayer, under penalties of perjury, I declare that I have examined this return and accompanying schedules and statements, and to the best of my knowledge and belief, they are true, correct, and complete. For the preparer, declaration of preparer is based on all information in which preparer has any knowledge. The certified quality review person who goes over this return with this taxpayer needs to advise the taxpayer of that. Before I have any taxpayer sign that 8879 or whatever they're signing, I have them to look over their return. I ask them to look over their return, especially the entity information, to ensure that all information is correct, their banking information, if they are wanting direct deposit. And before they sign, I advise them that you are signing under penalties of perjury. So you are advising that all the information on this return is correct and true to the best of your knowledge. And so that they know, because most of them are not going to read where it says on the penalties of perjury, I declare. And so there's just a little spiel that I say so that they can't come back and say, well, I didn't know what was on there. I was just signing. No, because we went over your entire return. And at the end, I advised that you were signing on the penalties of perjury, that all this information was correct and true to the best of your knowledge. Volunteers must remind taxpayers that when they sign the return, either by signing the Form 1040 or the Form 8879, which gives authorization to e-file, they are stating under penalty of perjury that the return is accurate to the best of their knowledge. The Volunteer Protection Act, Public Law 105-19, Volunteer Protection Act of 1997, or the VPA, generally protects volunteers from liability for negligent acts they perform within the scope of their responsibilities in the organization for whom they volunteer. The VPA is not owned or written exclusively for Internal Revenue Service. This is a public law and relates to organizations that use volunteers to provide services. A volunteer under the VPA is an individual performing services for a nonprofit organization or a governmental entity who does not receive for these services more than $500 total in a year from the organization or entity as compensation or any other thing of value in lieu of compensation. Although an individual may not fall under the VPA definition of a volunteer, which means they may not be protected under the VPA, they are still considered volunteers by the VITA TCE program. To ensure protection, those who do not fit this VPA volunteer definition should seek advice from their sponsoring organization's attorney to determine liability protection rights. The purpose of the VPA is to promote the interests of social service program beneficiaries and taxpayers, and to sustain the availability of programs, nonprofit organizations, and governmental entities that depend on volunteer contributions. It does this by providing certain protections from liability concerns for volunteers serving nonprofit organizations and governmental entities. The VPA protects volunteers from liabilities if they were acting within the scope of the program and harm was not caused by willful or criminal misconduct, gross negligence, reckless misconduct, conscious, flagrant indifference to the rights or safety of the individual harmed by the volunteer. The VPA does not protect conduct that is willful or criminal, that was grossly negligent, that was reckless, or conduct that constitutes a conscious, flagrant indifference to the rights or safety of the individual harmed by the volunteer. Volunteers must only prepare returns that are within their tax law certification level, their site certification level, and the level of certification under the VITA TCE program. There is a scope of service chart in your publication 4012 for more information. Again, if you are not sure what falls under your level of certification, always ask, don't just assume. In general, if volunteers are performing their responsibilities while adhering to the volunteer standards of conduct, they are protected. However, local and state laws still must be considered. Sponsoring organizations should seek advice from their attorneys to determine how this law protects their volunteers. All volunteers are required to register and certify via Lincoln Learn Taxes. Volunteers must generate the Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement and provide to the site coordinator prior to volunteering. When the volunteer signs Form 13615, they are agreeing to adhere to the volunteer standards of conduct. Form 13615 is also used to capture the volunteer certification level. Form 13615 is not valid until it is signed and dated by the sponsoring partner, the coordinator, instructor, or IRS contact after verifying the volunteer's identity, name and address, and certification level. Instructors can receive the test answer key from Lincoln Learn after completing their own certification. It advises you to see the course introductions and publication 4491, the VITA TCE training guide, or Lincoln Learn for more information on the certification level and process. It advises you here on how you may view the training. The preferred method again is Lincoln Learn Taxes, where you are able to view all the information as well as electronically complete those certification tests. Volunteers must pass the VSC as well as all other certifications with a score of 80% or higher. You have 2 chances in Lincoln Learn to complete any certification that you are testing, that you are completing. The following products are available for download at irs.gov. The publication 4961, which is the VITA TCE Volunteer Standards of Conduct Ethics Training, as well as the Form 6744, which is the VITA TCE Volunteer Assistance Test and Retest. Again, if you prefer to use the 6744 to take your certification test on paper, you can do that, but you then must go into Lincoln Learn in order to put those answers into that certification so that it is recorded and graded. The volunteer standards of conduct requirements are in addition to the tax law certification process to become a certified volunteer instructor. New volunteers are required to view the VSC training before taking the VSC certification test. In addition, volunteers assigning tax returns and new volunteers planning to be a coordinator or hold a position requiring tax law certification are also required to view the intake, interview, and quality review training before taking the associated certification test. You will have to complete the volunteer standards of conduct before it will allow you to take any other certification. As a reminder, you must pass with a score of 80% or higher, complete the intake, interview, and quality review certification, and pass the appropriate tax law certification. You can choose what level of certification you want to do, basic, advanced, etc. Check your volunteer agreement digital signature checkbox and Lincoln Learn Taxes, acknowledging that Form 13615 Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement has been read and agreed to. All coordinators and alternate coordinators are required to certify by passing the site coordinator test, again with a score of 80% or higher. After each test, the Lincoln Learn Taxes system will add the letter P to your Form 13615, indicating a passing score. This is so your site coordinator or spec or whoever is looking at this Form 13615 will know what certification level you have, what certifications you have taken and passed. You want to print and review the form and give the completed form to your partner designated official or your site coordinator. Again, it refers you to the ts.voltac@irs.gov. If you have any problems, excuse me, It also refers you to your site coordinator or assistant site coordinator as your first point of contact for resolving any problems that you have or that you may encounter. Again, if you feel like you can't go to your coordinator or your coordinator cannot handle that problem, email that spec headquarters at that email address. Reach out to someone at United Way. Go to someone that you feel comfortable with if there's a problem that you are having. Don't just let that problem sit and fester. Don't let that problem make you stop being a volunteer. Don't allow that problem to get bigger than it needs to get. Allow someone to know what their problem is and allow their problem to be addressed accordingly. All right. There is a chart here that advises you on what the type of issue is and what the appropriate action is. And so you can refer back here if you to read over this chart. It gives you information on if an individual is violating tax law, identity theft, if taxpayers believe they have been the victim of discrimination. Taxpayers have account questions relating to balance dues. If they just want to know where their federal refund is, it advises you of where to advise them to go. Or if they want to check on their state or local refund, it advises you. Any questions or concerns about anything that we've covered so far? Let me see if... So this is the form 13615. This is what that form looks like. It automatically populates from your Lincoln Learn. Once you have completed your certifications, it will populate in this area what certifications you have taken, and it will add a letter P for any certifications you have taken and passed. Any questions or concerns? I want to access the publication 6744 so that we're able to go through the questions for your certification for the VSC. Is that something that you all want to do, or is it something you want to do on your own?
We can go ahead and do it, yes.
Yeah, a quick run through would be good.
Okay.
Going through it would be great.
All right. Let me access that one. So the publication 6744 is what you will, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
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 So the 6744 is the publication that you will use when you get ready to do your certification. This book or publication has all the scenarios that you will use for either if you decide you want to do basic or advanced, but it also has your volunteer standards of conduct, as well as your intake interview, site coordinator, any certification that you're taking. This publication has those questions. And so let's go through. And so it advises you of what the certification tests look like, the amount of time that it may take you to get that completed. Again, these certifications are at your own time frame. It is, you can go in and out as you need to. It will pick up where you left off once you get into a certification. So they're not timed. You don't have to get them completed at a certain amount of time once you start a certification. If you go into a certification and you need to stop, you can go back, you can come out of it and go back into it. It'll pick back up where you left off if you've already started to answer questions, things like that. And so you don't have to think that you're rushed to get these certifications completed. They're on your own time.
Is this on the Lincoln Learn site? This document?
Yes. Let me see if I can. For some reason, I can't sign into the Lincoln Learn from my computer. But let me see if I can show you what the.
But it is housed on that site.
Yes. Oh, it's right here. So this is the VITA TCE Central or Lincoln Learn. And so under your quick links have, and if you click where it says certification test, retest PDFs, that'll bring up your 6744. Your volunteer standards of conduct training that we just went through is there. The intake, interview, and quality review training that we're going to go through next is also there, as well as your practice lab that we're going to go into. So after we go through the volunteer standards of conduct certification or the questions, then we can come back here to see if everyone is able to log in, to see if everyone has an account. If you don't have an account, and get you all signed up if you've never been signed up for Lincoln Learn or the VITA TCE Central. But the VITA TCE Central is your landing page for Lincoln Learn. And so once we finish the volunteer standards of conduct certification, then we'll come back here and I'll walk you all through what this looks like. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes.
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 So your 6744 has an answer sheet. If you just wanted to write your answers on the answer sheet, you are able to do that as well. I use the answer sheet sometimes. Most times I just write throughout the book if I have the book. It also has retests because you are able to, again, take any certification twice. And so if you go through that certification the first time and you don't get a passing score, you are able to take that certification again. And so it does have, you won't use the same questions from your first certification. There are retest questions that you will use if you are retesting. And so it also has a retest answer sheet for each certification. All right. So if you are following along in your 6744, let's see if I don't know if it, so we are on page 14 of the 6744, which is the Volunteer Standards of Conduct test. It goes through what the beginning goes through the basics of the Volunteer Standards of Conduct, again, saying that you must pass with an 80% score, sign and date the form 13615. This is an annual requirement. This certification test is available at Lincoln Learn. This Volunteer Standards of Conduct requirement is in addition to any tax law certification process that you will have to complete. There are 10 questions. You must answer it at least 8 correct in order to get a passing score on this certification. All right. So the first question says, prior to working at a VITA TCE site, all VITA TCE volunteers, whether you are a greeter, client facilitator, tax preparer, quality reviewer, etc., must A, annually pass the Volunteer Standards of Conduct certification test with a score of 80% or higher. B, sign and date the form 13615, Volunteer Standards of Conduct Agreement, agreeing to comply with the VSC by upholding the highest ethical standards. C, pass the advanced tax law certification. D, all of the above. E, both A and B.
Are you looking for the answer?
B.
Yes.
Answer's E, I think.
D.
Answer is D.
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 Okay, so I hear D as in David, E as in Edward.
Yeah, the answer
So,
E.
The answer is E.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, the answer D is because you have to be sufficient all A, B, and C, which is all of the above.
but you don't have
And
to
it
pass
also
the
says that
advanced
you
tax
must pass the advanced tax law certification. But that's not a
It just depends on, it just
Oh,
depends on if you want to take that.
We can just
right. That's why it would be E.
both
correct.
A and B.
So the correct answer is E, is both A and B. And so it would not be D because all volunteers are not required to pass the advance.
Mhm.
So while they are required to pass the VSC or the Volunteer Standards of Conduct and sign and date the form 13615, they are not required to pass the advanced law. So I can be a volunteer. I can just be a greeter. And as a greeter, all I need to do is to pass the Volunteer Standards of Conduct and sign my 13615. Because I'm not dealing with any type of tax preparation, I'm not doing intake interview, any of that, I don't have to pass advanced tax law certification. And so all volunteers must do A and B. And so the answer is E. Number 2 says, can a volunteer be removed and barred from the VITA TCE program for violating the Volunteer Standards of Conduct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
If a taxpayer offers you a $20 bill because they were so happy about the quality service they received, what is the appropriate action to take? A, take the 20, thank the taxpayer for the tip. I appreciate you so much, sir. B, tell the taxpayer it would be better to have a $20 deposit directly into your bank account from his refund. C, thank the taxpayer and explain that you cannot accept any payment for your services. Or D, refer the taxpayer to the tip jar located at the quality review and print station.
C, tell them you can't accept any payments.
That's correct. Your answer is going to be C. Number 4 says Jake is an IRS tax law certified volunteer preparer at a VITA TCE site. When preparing a return for Jill, Jake learns that Jill does not have a bank account to receive a direct deposit for a refund. Jill is so distraught. Poor Jill. When Jake tells her the paper refund check will take 3 to 4 weeks longer than the refund being direct deposited. Jill asks Jake if he can deposit her refund in his bank account and then turn the money over to her when he gets it. What should Jake do? Jake can offer to use his bank account to receive the direct deposit and turn the money over to Jill once the refund is deposited. B, Jake should explain that a taxpayer federal or state refund cannot be deposited into a VITA TCE volunteer's bank account, and she will have to open an account in her own name to have the refund deposited. Jake can suggest she borrow a bank account number from a friend because the taxpayer's name does not need to be on the bank account.
B.
B.
The answer is B as in boy. That's correct. Number 5 says Max prepares a tax return for Ali at a VITA TCE site. He finds out during the interview that Ali does not have health insurance. After Ali leaves, Max goes home. He done wrote down her name and contact information down to take home to his wife who sells health insurance for profit. Which of the following statements is true? A, there's no violation unless Max's wife makes a big commission on the sale. B, Max has violated the VSC because he is using the information he gained about Ali to further his own or another person's benefit. C, Max is doing Ali a favor by using her personal information to secure business for his wife. D, information a taxpayer provides at a VITA TCE site can be used for the volunteer's personal gain.
B as in boy.
That is correct. The answer is B. He has violated the VSC. Number 6 says Bob, an IRS tax law certified volunteer preparer, told the taxpayer that cash income does not need to be reported because the IRS does not know about it. Bob indicated no cash income on Form 13614C. Bob prepared a tax return excluding the cash income. Jim, who is a designated quality reviewer, was unaware of the conversation and therefore unaware of the cash income, and the return was printed, signed, and e-filed. Who violated the volunteer standards of conduct? Bob, who prepared the return, Jim, the quality reviewer, Betty, the coordinator, or D, no one violated the volunteer standards of conduct. You all are correct. The answer is A, Bob, because he was the volunteer. Betty didn't know, Jim was unaware. So the answer is Bob. Sue, a VITA TCE coordinator, was watching the local news when she saw Aaron, a new tax law certified volunteer, in a story about several bank employees being arrested for suspicion of embezzlement. She saw Aaron being led out of the bank in handcuffs. 3 days later, Sue is shocked when she sees Aaron show up at the site ready to volunteer, apparently out on bond. She pulls him aside and explains that his arrest on suspicion of embezzlement could have a negative effect on the site, and therefore she must ask him to leave. She removed his access to the software. She used the external referral process and reports the details to SPEC. Did Sue take appropriate actions as the coordinator?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, she did.
Is that the website that we would go to verify that? BobTaxIRS.gov.
Yes, that's the email that you will send that email to.
Okay.
Number 8 says Sam is assigned to prepare a taxpayer's return. The taxpayer has been waiting a long time due to the volume of taxpayers needing service. The taxpayer is agitated when they sit with Sam. How should Sam interact with the taxpayer? He should keep calm, create a peaceful and friendly atmosphere, remain professional and courteous, or D, all of the above? That is correct. Depending on the size, location of your site, you could have several taxpayers before your site even opens waiting. And so the wait time can be extremely long. And so you will have to remain calm and peaceful, and as well as professional and courteous at all times, even when the taxpayers are not. But again, you can always refuse service. Number 9, VITA TCE sites and volunteers must not solicit business from taxpayers or use taxpayer information for personal or business benefit. Is that true or false?
It's true.
That's true. Number 10 says, being is preparing a tax return and the taxpayer has a dependent listed. The dependent is a child of the taxpayer's cousin. The child lived with the taxpayer a few months. Being prepared the return and indicated on form 13614C, the child lived with the taxpayer all year. Did being violate the VSC? A says yes, being knowingly prepared the return with false information. B, yes, but the return was accepted, so everything is fine. No, the cousin gave permission. D, no, the cousin wasn't filing a return. The correct answer is A, yes, being knowingly prepared the return with false information. Any questions or concerns about any of the questions that we've covered?
Okay, number 10, he knew it was false because they told him it was false.
Yeah, because it says the child lived with the taxpayer a few months. It says when being prepared to return and indicated on form 13614C, the child lived with the taxpayer all year.
Okay.
And so we can't guess on what those few months mean. To me, a few months mean 3, but a few could mean anything to different people. And so because we don't have any additional information right now, it looks like he prepared that information with that return with false information because that child did not live with him all year.
Okay, so are you saying this is a sample of the questions, or are these the actual questions? So now we're all qualified to go take the test and pass.
Now, these are the actual questions.
Really? Okay. Well, we need to go take it tomorrow then.
And so it is 118. And so instead of us hopping into the quality, the publication 4491, publication 5101, the intake interview and quality review training, what I would like to do is to go back to the VITA TCE landing page. Is everyone at a point or are using a computer or device where they're able to log into Lincoln Learn or establish an account today?
Well, I don't know. I'm on my phone, so I don't.
Okay.
I can do it. I don't have.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you are at a point where you can access that, Hunter did put that in the chat. He did put the link for Link Learn certification. If not, we can do it at a later time. It would not let me log in earlier. Let's see.
Will we lose the Zoom if we click into that link?
You should not.
No.
You should not lose.
Does this have to go through the IRS computer?
No. Yes. So if you've never accessed Lincoln Learn before, you will have to create an account. And for whatever reason, it won't allow me to access it on this computer. Why, I don't know. So when you sign in or create an account, so if you've already previously signed in this year, and so if you previously had an account on Lincoln Learn, it won't let you do it this year. This year, it's a whole new site. You have to create a whole new username and password. And so if you have a previous username and password, you can probably still use the same one, but you'll have to create a new one.
What the link told me was that I did not have access to the information page within this portal.
Yeah, it gave me that. I don't know. It gave me that when I tried to log in earlier too. So are you able to? Are you able to just type? Let's see.
At that error page, if you just hit that login link, it'll take you to the page where you can create your account.
Yeah, exactly.
So quick question, should we be using our personal computer and email or our work computer and email?
I would advise for you to use whatever email address you will have access to. So for instance, if you forget your password or you get locked out and they have to send you an email to that email address, if you are at your if you're somewhere and you're trying to access Lincoln Learn and you don't have access to your work computer and they need to send you, so whatever email you know you'll have access to is the email address I would suggest that you use. And so you can use whatever email address you want to use.
I just emailed everyone the link to Lincoln Learn as well. And I made a note, when you're making your account, it'll ask you what group you're in. If you are serving as a site coordinator, check the box for site coordinator. If you're not a site coordinator, you can skip that question and leave the boxes blank.
I tried to bypass the group selection, but it wouldn't allow me. So what do I do from here?
What was your question?
The group selection, when he said bypass and skip it, it won't allow me.
You have to select continue, I think, and it'll allow you to
Yes.
go.
Yeah, if you hit continue, it'll let you go past it.
What did you say we used for the group selection in the select role?
If you are intending to serve as a site coordinator, you need to select site coordinator. But if you are not going to be a site coordinator, if you're just going to be a preparer or a volunteer, then you can just leave it blank and hit continue.
So the test we took, is that the basic test?
That was your volunteer standard of conduct.
LaQuisha, would it be all right if I shared
So-
my screen for one moment and I can kind of go through
So,
the
so,
Lincoln portal?
Yes, because I can't log into it.
so, yeah. So for those of us who are in now, do we need to go in and take that test?
You can.
If you hit the advanced track, if you're doing that, and then the first thing it'll ask you for is that.
Volunteer standard, because you have to do that volunteer standard first.
Are y'all seeing my screen currently?
Yes.
All right, so this is what it should look like on your home dashboard once you're logged into Lincoln Learn. So you'll see two options here, the certification test and the volunteer agreement. The volunteer agreement will be the last step, so do not click this one right now. What you'll do is you'll click take certification test, and this will have all the tests available on Lincoln Learn. Don't worry about that. You do not need all of them. What you'll do is you'll just click advanced. And then these are the 3 tests that you will need to take. Volunteer as a tax preparer. You've got the volunteer standards of conduct here. That's the first one. That's the one we just covered. And the 2 that we'll look at later throughout the training are intake and interview and quality review. And then the advanced test here. So all 3 of these are the ones you'll need to take. Also, if you're serving as a site coordinator, I'm going to go back, go down to site coordinator. If I click that, here we go. You'll also need to take this 3rd one, the site coordinator test. You do not need to retake the volunteer standards of conduct nor the intake, interview, and quality review test. Assuming you passed them when you went through the advanced training, you'll just need to add this 4th test, site coordinator test, if you are serving as a site coordinator. But for those of you who are not site coordinators, the 3 tests that you'll need to take, find under the advanced, and it's these 3 right here. And the one we just looked at is the volunteer standards of conduct. So if I click that, and I will just hit continue. And I can just start the assessment whenever I'm ready. So if I were to do that, and then you can just go through the test right there.
And where Hunter started, where it shows your certifications, if you need to go back and review the information as it relates to either of those training, those documents are linked at the very top. And so if you want to go back through your volunteer standard of conduct information before you go back into there, it's linked there. Once you get ready to go into the intake interview, that if you once you click on that training, that information, that link will be there for that training. So if you want to just go back through real quick before you go into the certification, just to go back over the information, you're able to do that. Or for some reason, if you go through the certification the first time and you didn't pass and you want to come back out and go through that information again, then you are able to go through click that link and it'll give you the training material. And again, it's not necessary for you all to set those accounts up today. If we were able to get it set up, then that was fine. If not, then we can, if at any point during this training you need assistance with getting that set up, we're more than happy to walk you through that. Once we get into next week, going through the certification, if we're able to make it through the advanced certification, then we'll get into the practice lab, setting that up as well. Was there any questions or concerns about anything that we've covered so far?
No, LaQuisha, this was very thorough. Especially since we went through the questions for the VSC and we're able to go and take that test and be done. That was amazing. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. I'm wondering, is that going to be the case for the next, the intake as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I know some of you were setting up the Lincoln Learn, your Lincoln Learn account, as well as entering those answers for your VSOC certification. So I will give you a few minutes to do that. It's already 1:30. I know we are taking lunch at 2, so I don't want to hop into the intake interview and quality review training. So just so that we'll stop. And so we'll just take a few minutes to finish setting up your account. Then we'll, if you have any other questions or concerns, we'll go through that. And then we'll break for lunch and come back at 3. The question was asked about the role option, and Hunter did respond in the chat, but it said if you are a site coordinator or assistant site coordinator, then you will need to answer that. That's the only way that you will have access to the site coordinator certification, certifications. And so you will have to put that you are a site coordinator. If you don't have any other type of role like that that's listed, then you can just skip it. Ms. Deborah, I didn't see your question about is there security at the sites? It just depends on where the site is located. So I know we have super sites at the malls, things like that. And so it just depends on where the sites are located. We have sites all over in libraries, churches, and so it just depends. So most of those sites are operated by those organizations, and so those organizations may have their own security. So again, we were going through setting up the your Lincoln Learn accounts if you had access, if you wanted to get that done, as well as once you got that account set up, you were going in, inputting your information for the volunteer standards of conduct certification. Once you got that completed, since it was already after 1:30, I did not want to jump into our volunteer intake interview and quality review training, so that to be stopped right in the middle because we were taking lunch at 2. So once you all completed that, then we'll go ahead and go to lunch, and we'll be back at 3.
Okay, so just confirming, you're telling everyone if we're all done, we can log off and come back at 3.
Yes.
Thanks.
I hope you all had a good lunch or break, time away. Let's hop back in. We went through volunteer standards of conduct, and I did not want to hop into anything new and then have to stop and then come back. And so I gave you all that extra time to complete the creating of your VITA TCE or Lincoln Learn site, inputting the answers to your volunteer standard of conduct questions or your certifications if you all wanted to finish taking the time to do that. And then to have time to go into your lunch break. So before we hop into publication 5101, which is the intake interview quality and quality review training, I wanted to make mention of the site coordinator corner that I spoke about earlier in the training this morning. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
And so although this
Yes.
this particular part of irs.gov is designed for site coordinators, for VITA TCE site coordinators, to give them resources, it is also still a good resource, I think, for volunteers. It provides all the resources in one place so that you're not looking all over the place for particular publications and forms, things of that nature, such as the publication 4491, which is your VITA TCE training guide, your publication 17, which is your federal income tax for individuals. It also gives the quality and tax alerts that is updated there, but it also gives your other publications, other forms that are used, as such as the 13614 C, which is the intake interview and quality review sheet. It has the one for the current year, as well as the five prior years, so that you're able to see, because they do go in IRS spec does go in and update those forms yearly. And so sometimes they change, sometimes they don't. The form did change a little bit for this year, and we will go through that form in this training. It also has links for the other forms of publication that you may need or may want to reference while you're going through your volunteer duty, as well as fact sheets. These fact sheets can give you access to information that you may have questions on, or such as if you're doing the continuing education credit, if you want information regarding that, it has information, the fact sheet available for that. There is a fact sheet for Lincoln Learn courses and certification tests regarding frequently asked questions. And so it's just different things. So while it is designed for site and assistant site coordinators, I think it is still helpful for volunteers as well. Any questions or concerns?
And where do we find this information at? On the IRS website?
If you go to irs.gov, if you just search in the search box, site coordinator corner, it'll bring it up for you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. So we'll hop into the VITA TCE intake interview and quality review training. That is publication 5101. That is located, if you are on your Link and Learn home or landing page, it is located, there is a link at the very bottom of that, there under quick links if you wanted to access there. Otherwise, you can go back to irs.gov. In your search box, you can search publication 5101. It will bring up the VITA TCE intake interview and quality review training. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So taxpayers using services offered through the VITA and TCE programs or volunteer income tax assistance and tax counseling for the elderly programs should be confident they are receiving quality service. This includes having an accurate tax return prepared. Form 13614C is a tool designed to help ensure taxpayers are given the opportunity to provide all needed information before their tax return is prepared. When used properly, this form effectively contributes to accurate tax return preparation. SPEC requires all instructors, coordinators, client facilitators, return preparers, quality reviewers, and any volunteer assisting taxpayers in completing Form 13614C, intake, interview, and quality review sheets, and or assigning tax returns to preparers to pass the intake, interview, and quality review test with a score of 80% or higher. Only tax law certified volunteers can answer tax law questions during intake and interview processes. Preparing an accurate tax returns begin with explaining the tax preparation process, completing all required questions on Form 13614C, listening to the taxpayer, asking the right questions, and ends with a quality review to ensure accuracy. Let's see if I can open that. I want to show you all the 13614C, see if it'll open for me. Can you all see the Form 13614C on the page?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the intake, interview, and quality review sheet, or the Form 13614C. I think it's showing white on your screen. It may not be white in printed form. I don't know what color. Every year is a different color. I don't know what color it is this year. This form was updated in November of 2024. And so this is the form, this is one of the forms that a taxpayer will receive upon entering a VITA TCE site. And it advises them that they would need their tax information, such as the Form W-2, 1099, Social Security cards, picture IDs for Social Security cards for them and any body listed on the return, such as a spouse, independent, and a picture ID for themselves and a spouse if it applies. The taxpayer is responsible for completing this page in its entirety or anything that it relates to them. All gray areas are to be completed by a certified volunteer. That's going to be your intake person that's available at that site. This is not how the form looked on last year. Again, this is new. Page 1 looks the same. I think there is some additional questions that may have been here where it says if due a refund or if you have a balance due, how would you like to make your payment? These questions were added to page 1. They were listed on page 4, I believe, of the previous year's 13614C. And so they've moved some things around. They've issued an identity protection pin. It was listed as well on page 3 or 4, wherever the refund and balance due question was. That's where that was listed. A lot of taxpayers were missing that question or missing the information as it relates to a balance due or a refund. And so they moved those questions up higher so that taxpayers could see it. And so it asks different questions that they like information on how to vote, that they want $3 to go to the presidential election campaign, things of that nature. Then it gets into income. This setup, again, is completely different from prior years. Hopefully it'll be easier for taxpayers to complete in this format. It goes into expenses that would help for you to know if that taxpayer is itemizing or not. It goes into if there was any type of lifetime changes, did anything happen during 2024? Again, this could help to see if they qualify for any credits or deductions. If anything, if they took any classes, would they qualify for the education credit? Did they sell a home? Have anything to do with the HSA? Anything like that? There is optional information that is listed on page 4. In your software, there is normally survey questions that are asked that are built into the software. And sometimes you pull this information from page 4 or from a different survey that the taxpayer will receive. Page 5, give additional notes or comments. This should be used anytime the intake person is completing that intake interview. And if there's notes that they need to leave for the preparer, then they can use that. If there needs to be a correction to any information that's listed, such as phone number, address, a social security number, or date of birth wasn't transcribed good enough, and you need to make a correction for it so that the preparer can see or understand what is there. This is what this page is for. The 15080 is one of the consents that taxpayers sign. It's a consent to disclose tax return information to VITA TCE tax preparation sites. It's what is called the global carry forward. And what that means is if I go to one tax site this year and I want to go to another tax site next year, my information will pull forward. And so that a tax preparer won't have to start all over. My information will pull forward from the tax site that I went to last year. Any questions or concern as it relates to the Form 13614C?
Did you say the person fills out just the first page, or do they fill out the whole document?
They're going, the taxpayer is going to complete the entire document. The first page is basically entity information, name, address,
Sure.
date of birth, things of that nature. If they have any dependents that they are claiming on their return, that information goes on page 1. It asks if they've ever been married, divorced, anything like that.
Right.
If they want direct deposit. Page 2 and 3 goes into what type of income documents they may have. And that's just to let the intake person knows what type of documents they have or what type of documents they should be looking for. And that's just to ensure that they have everything that they need in order to get their return completed and completed accurately.
Okay, so these forms will be printed and will be with the site coordinator or the person who will be the first point of contact. And the taxpayer will come in and complete this and then will be funneled to someone to prepare the tax return?
Yes. So normally what the process is when a taxpayer comes to the site is already set up. The site coordinators or whoever has already come in and set up. There's normally a sign-in table. And on that sign-in table, they normally have a clipboard for those taxpayers that has this 13614C, that consent form, any other consents that may have been added, any surveys that they may be conducting this tax season. All of those are, so that is included in that packet that's on that clipboard for that taxpayer. So that taxpayer signs in, grabs them a clipboard, and they complete this 13614C. And so when their name is called to go to be interviewed by an intake person, that person is then going to take this form and go through it with that taxpayer to make sure that all this information is legible so that the person that's preparing the return can read it and understand it, and then to ensure whatever documents that they are saying they have, and that it is complete. And so by the time they get to you as a preparer, you're not having to go through any of this. You're not trying to decipher what this says or what this means, or when you said you work 2 jobs, but I only see 1 W-2, all that should have been taken care of during the intake interview process.
And quick question, you may have answered this earlier today, but are we required to verify any information like on page 1? So for example, if they check they're in the US with a visa, are we required to, are they supposed to bring some support for that, like a green card, or do we just accept what they've marked on the first page as being correct?
No, for the most part, we're going to take them at their word, unless it's something that is questionable. Then if they're saying they are a U.S. citizen, we're taking them at their word. They have a driver's license, social security card, or whatever it is they have. So there's no way for us to verify if that information is correct or not, if that visa is valid or not. So we don't have the capabilities of doing that. The only thing that we have a capability of doing is seeing if their ID is valid or not expired, things of that nature. So as long as it's within our scope of verifying, then we are able to verify. If not, then no. If there's something that you have a question on, take it to your site coordinator. If they're saying they're here on a visa, but they don't have any type of documentation, or they don't have any type of ID, they don't have any type of documentation to prove their ITIN or SSN or anything of that nature, then that's something that goes to your site coordinator, because we have to have those pieces of documentation in order to verify that they are who they say they are.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? And so most times, if you are the preparer, all that information should have been taken care of in the intake and interview process. So by the time that person gets to you, the only thing that you are doing is inputting that return. You should not at that point be verifying anything that should have been taken care of in the intake interview process, unless it was something that was not mentioned or something that was bypassed during that process. But if it was listed on this 13614C, then that's something that should have been taken care of with that interviewer. So when it gets to you, the only thing you're doing is to take this 13614C, all of their income documents, the social security cards or whatever that looks like, and input this return.
And so if they did not come with all the information that they need, I'm assuming that they just have to set up another appointment to come back with all the data that is needed to do the return?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And again, if you are not the intake and interview person, then you should not, if you're your position that day as preparer, then the only thing that you should know is how many people are ready to be prepared. That intake person should be stopping them in that process. When I get to the clipboard and I'm calling number 2, Ms. Rucker, you ready? And I get Ms. Rucker to the table. Okay, I have your 13614C. I need your ID, social security cards for yourself, any dependents you have listed, as well as your wage and income documents. And Ms. Rucker tells me, well, I have social security cards for myself, but I don't have them for my dependents. Do you have anything that verifies their social security number, prior year return, social security? I need something that verifies, and if you don't have it, you will have to get something and come back. That should never get to the preparer, because at that point, I don't have everything I need in order to input that return, because I have not been able to verify that social security number.
What if you just have 2 people at the site? You know, because you need a minimum of 2, and so if it's a smaller site, is the preparer also doing the intake questions?
Yes, and sometimes if you have a small site, then yes, because I've been a part of a small site to where I was the intake person and preparer, and so I did my intake interview first, and then went right into preparing their return. The only thing I could not do was quality review it.
Got it.
So if you do have a small site like that and it's just 2 of you all, then yes. And so the only thing that you all are going to do at that point is to get a process in place of how you are going to quality review those returns. And
Got
so
it.
sometimes, and sometimes it will be you are the intake interview person as well as the preparer, but you have to know what your process is going to look like.
Okay, but the coordinator can't be the intake person?
Yes, the coordinator can be all of them, but the coordinator can't be a preparer and quality reviewer of the same person.
Got it. Okay.
So the preparer and quality review person still has to be 2 different people. I can't input the return and then turn around and quality review it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yes, so a site coordinator can wear all the roles, and at some point may have to. And so it depended on how big the site is, how many volunteers the site receives. The site coordinator, assistant site coordinator may have to wear all the roles. And so they have to know how to do all the roles, because I may have to at any given time. And so I may have to intake an interview and then turn right around and input that return, which is why I've been at a site. And so my site is busy and I know I'm intake, interviewer, and preparer at the same time, I make a general announcement at the beginning to let taxpayers that are sitting there know these are the documents you need. You need to have ID, social security cards for yourself and every dependent listed on their return, as well as all your wage and income documents. If you have an IPPN, you need that IPPN letter or number. You also need your Form 1095-A if you have insurance through the marketplace. If you are missing any of those documents, I need you to leave, go get it, and come back. There's no point in having people sitting there an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours for them to get to you and then they not have the documents they need. Any other questions or concerns? All right. Intake interview and quality review training schedule is in publication 5325, which is the fact sheet filing season training for spec partners and volunteers. The purpose of this training: spec oversight reviews and emphasizes the positive correlation between the proper use of the intake interview and quality review processes and the preparation of an accurate tax return. Quality site requirement number 2 states it is mandatory that Form 13614C is completed for each tax return prepared. The accuracy of VITA TCE returns has increased for sites using Form 13614C during intake, interview, and quality review. Volunteers who refuse to follow the intake, interview, and quality review processes are in violation of the volunteer standards of conduct. All sites must use Form 13614C, and the form must be completed for each tax return prepared at the site. However, there are still challenges with certified volunteer preparers not using this tool during the intake, interview, and quality review process. This training is designed to instruct all volunteers to follow a thorough and consistent intake, interview, and quality review process. At the end of this lesson, you will be able to describe the purpose of following a consistent intake, interview, and quality review process, how to complete the Form 13614C intake, interview, and quality review sheet, the basic steps of a complete intake process, a complete interview process, and a complete quality review process. Top errors found during 2024 field site visits and reviews: income left off returns that included interest, pension, and Social Security income, taxable income that was not reported, name and address, filing status, incorrect wages, incomplete intake, interview, and quality review processes, not verifying taxpayer identity during the quality review process. The intake process: you want to greet the taxpayer and determine the purpose for their visit. You want to explain the intake, interview, and quality review processes. You want to ensure the taxpayer has all the documents required to prepare the tax return. Provide the taxpayer with Form 13614C if the taxpayer doesn't already have one. You have some taxpayers that has become a routine for them. So a lot of them go online to irs.gov and download the Form 13614C and bring it with them already completed. Determine the certification level of the tax return. Assign the tax return to a volunteer preparer, but based on certification level. Greeters, screeners, and client facilitators who assign tax returns must pass the intake, interview, and quality review certification test. Greeting the taxpayer: you want to establish an open line of communication by introducing yourself to the taxpayer. You just, hello, good morning, good afternoon, nice to meet you, I'm here to help you, things along that line. Ask if the taxpayer is there to have their taxes done. If they just need to ask questions or have another item to discuss, you want to refer them according to the site's policies. You have some taxpayers that are there to get their returns prepared. You have some that are there they are returning because they had to leave, come back. They had to leave and go pick up documents, and they're coming back to finish a return. You have some that may be coming in to correct a return that was submitted and rejected, or you may just have someone that's coming in to ask a question. So you always don't just assume they are there to get the return prepared. Always ask the question of how they can be helped or what they are there for. You want to explain the overall process of the intake, interview, and the quality review process to the taxpayer. The overall process to the taxpayer includes completing the Form 13614C, providing supporting documentation, that they will be interviewed by the return preparer, answer any additional questions as needed, and that they will need to participate in the quality review of their tax return. Another part of the intake process is verifying identity. We know that identity theft is a nationwide program. The interview must begin by requiring photo identification to verify the identity of the taxpayer and the spouse on the tax return. Exceptions for requiring a photo ID can only be made by the site coordinator under rare circumstances for taxpayers known to the site. If there's any discrepancy, if there's any issues, you want to always refer to your site coordinator to see what their process is when it comes to verifying photo ID. It refers to the publication 4299, Privacy, Confidentiality, and Civil Rights, a Public Trust. Required documents for taxpayers to have is an original photo ID for the taxpayer and spouse if it applies, if they are married filing jointly. Social Security card and or individual taxpayer identification numbers or ITINs for all persons listed on a tax return. So that's for the taxpayer, a spouse if it applies, and any dependents they have listed on their return that they're going to claim. They must have a Social Security card or some proof of that Social Security number. Proof of income, expenses, and tax-related events as detailed on the form 13614C on pages 2 and 3. The form 13614C is used by IRS tax law certified volunteers to gather information needed to prepare an accurate tax return. SPEC redesigned the form to be more user-friendly and to increase conversation with taxpayers. This revised form has additional space for taxpayer and preparer comments.
Hey, ma'am, what qualifies as if they don't have a Social Security card with them on dependent children or spouse? What qualifies to as an alternate for that?
Some site coordinators will use a prior year tax return that was accepted. You can use a Social Security document from the Social Security Administration that has a Social Security number on it. You'll just have to get with your site coordinator to see what their processes are. Most site coordinators will have a process in place. Some will only accept a Social Security card, whether it's the physical card or a printout of the card or whatever that looks like. But most some will accept a prior year return, especially if it was one that was done at that site or another VITA site, or a document from the Social Security Administration with that child's or dependent's Social Security number on it. But they do have to have something verifying that Social Security number. All right. New this year on the form 13614C is the option to include taxpayers' preferred pronoun to the name field. The question asking if in the U.S. on a visa. You can refer to publication 4012, tab L for more information. New on pages 2 and 3 is a gray area to be completed by a certified volunteer during the interview. Optional race and ethnicity section has been revised to comply with new federal guidelines. Methods for completing the form 13614C. Taxpayer completes form 13614C at the site before meeting with a certified volunteer. Taxpayers can complete form 13614C prior to arriving at a site. Some will come with the form already completed. The taxpayer completes form 13614C during interview with preparer if additional assistance is needed. The only time that it should be with that preparer is if it's a small site, there is not an intake interview person, and the preparer is that intake interview person, should that preparer be assisting with that form. Otherwise, that intake interview, an interview person should be going through that 13614C with that taxpayer before they even get with you. If there's a question, something needs to be clarified, then that's something that intake and interview person can get with their site coordinator to get done before they get with you as a preparer. Unless it's a question that the person is holding and not saying anything until they get with you as a preparer. And it's just something they want to ask. But that form should be completed before they get with you, especially if they're going through an interview process with an intake or screener person before they get with you. That form 13614C is available in 23 languages and can be printed from irs.gov. It is also available in Braille upon customer request. On the form 13614C, when it gets to page 2, where the income information is listed, beside what those income types are, in parentheses, there are B's, A's, things of that nature that determines the type of certification level that's needed for that type of income. That's how the intake or interviewer person knows who to assign that taxpayer to, based on the type of income or income documentation that taxpayer has. So if that person is coming in and they only had a W-2 wage for the year, nothing else, they're not itemizing, they don't have interest, they don't have anything, they can be assigned to someone with a basic certification. But if it gets into, they worked a job, then they had tips, they got retirement account, income, pension, Social Security, things of that nature, then it becomes a little bit more complicated, and someone with an advanced certification has to process that return. So it's all based on the type of income that taxpayer had during that tax year, on how they are assigned to a preparer.
So is that on page 2 and 3?
Yes.
Okay.
On the 13614C, if you look in the parentheses, it tells you what the certification level is. B is basic, A is advanced. And so you have, here you have a M, that's military. And so that's how they determine who is certified to prepare their return.
Excuse me, Ms. Rucker.
Mm-hmm.
For the items that are B or A or M, if it's B or A, what does that mean in comparison to items that are A?
So A is strictly advanced. So if I had a sale of stock, so if I have a 1099D or 1099B, meaning that I sold stock or I bought stock or any type of real estate or bonds during the 2024 tax year, then someone with an advanced certification is the one that has to prepare their return. If I only had a W-2 job, I only received a W-2, then someone with basic certification can handle that. B/A means that basic or advanced can handle that. So if I had a W-2 job, but then I had a 1099, so I had one W-2 and a 1099. So based on this 13614C, basic should be able to handle that.
Yeah, I think I'm confused as to why it wasn't just designated as a B, if either one can do it.
Because I guess if I think this was a change from last year. So I'm assuming they just wanted to know that a basic person could just prepare that. Because
Okay.
if it's B and I have advanced certification, then I can do it all.
Right.
So yeah, it could just be how they did it on when they did the change.
I think for the topics that have B/A on them, it means that most of the time basic volunteers can do it, but there are certain situations where it becomes advanced. Like with tips, if I'm remembering correctly, like tips can be reported, in which case a basic volunteer is certified to do them, but unreported tips require an advanced certification,
Okay.
if I'm remembering correctly. So that's my guess for it. Looks like tips and retirement are the two that I'm seeing that on. I want to say it means that, yeah, most of the time it's covered by basic, but there are a few specific topics within those topics that might require advanced.
Because on tips it says basic when reported on W-2. So I'm assuming that if it's reported anywhere other than W-2, then it's advanced. 1099-R, it says basic when taxable amount is reported. And once we get into the income portion, you'll understand what that means. But if sometimes when you receive a 1099-R, it has it's 2 boxes that's there, and most times it'll tell you what the taxable amount is. Sometimes it won't. And so if it tells you what the taxable amount is, then it's basic. And if it does not tell you what the taxable amount is, you have to figure what that taxable amount is, then it's advanced, because that can get quite complicated.
Okay, yeah, that helps. Those parenthetical comments that you pointed out, I think that's the answer I'm looking for.
Okay. In your publication 4012, there is which is your VITA TCE Volunteer Resource Guide. You do have a scope of service chart that's listed in that 4012. And it advises you of what is in scope for the VITA TCE program. That chart may not be all encompassing. So if you see something that you're not sure of, you can always ask your site coordinator, but for the most part, that chart is going to advise you of what is in scope. Let's see if it will advise you of what is in scope. Let's see if I can find it. And so this is your 4012 publication. And so it advises you of what is in scope and out of scope as it relates to the VITA TCE program. It also advises you what certification level is needed for whatever it is you're looking for. And so I will always refer you back to your publication 4012 if there is any question on whether or not this income this taxpayer has is within scope. This schedule that they need completed is in scope for VITA. That chart is going to tell you whether or not it is or is not in scope, and if it is, what certification level is required. If a volunteer has not been trained on an in-scope tax law topic, that topic is out of scope for that particular volunteer, not for the program as a whole. Just because it may be out of scope for you does not mean it's out of scope for the program. Refer that to a more experienced tax preparer or your site coordinator. If it is out of scope for the program, explain to the taxpayer they must seek assistance from a professional preparer. That could be once we get into income, especially business income, when they get into business income, some business income is in scope for VITA, but when they get into business income with expenses, that becomes out of scope. And so you have to be mindful of that. And so then at that point, you will refer them to a paid or professional preparer to assist them with it. Every site is required to have a process for assigning returns to volunteer preparers. Assignment of volunteers is based on level of certification required to prepare the tax return. In addition to the above, sites may have additional criteria for assigning tax returns to volunteers. A greeter, screener, or client facilitator can assign returns only if certified in intake, interview, and quality review. Only IRS tax law certified volunteers may interview the taxpayer. You want to confirm the taxpayer photo identification and taxpayer identification number. Review the form 13614C. Interview the taxpayer using open-ended questions. Make filing status and dependency determinations. Review documentation that includes income, expenses, and tax-related events. You as a interviewer or intake person, if you're not sure what the filing status and dependency determinations are, that is something that can be left to the preparer. That's not something that you have to determine while you're in that interview. If the taxpayer is not sure of what filing status they should claim for that particular tax year, that is a question that the tax preparer can assist with, because there is a built-in interactive assistant available in the software that they could use to help to determine what is the best filing status for a taxpayer. Do not begin entering taxpayer information into the software until you have completed a review of the form 13614C and a thorough interview with the taxpayer. Because sometimes you'll begin, especially if you're at a small site, you're busy, you're just trying to get these taxpayers out. However, if you begin to enter this information into their software and then you realize this is out of scope, this is over the income threshold for VITA, taxpayer doesn't have all their documents, anything can happen after you started to enter this taxpayer information, when that could have been avoided had we did a complete review or thorough interview before I began entering this information in that software. Again, you want to always verify the identity of the taxpayer and the spouse if it applies, using a photo ID, and confirm the Social Security numbers or individual taxpayer identification numbers. It refers you back to the publication 42999. You want to also confirm the correct spelling of names for everyone listed on the tax return. You want to also confirm that the name on the 13614C matches the name on the Social Security cards, because if not, that return can be rejected if that last name is different. The IRS verifies or pulls information from the Social Security Administration. And so if that taxpayer recently got married, that taxpayer changed their last name, anything happened, and they're not using the last name that's listed on their Social Security card, then that return could be rejected if the IRS does not have the name that they are trying to use. So you want to always confirm the correct spelling and name that the taxpayers are using. There is an exception for known to the site. The exception for validating identity for taxpayers known to the site. Only the site coordinator has the discretion to grant an exception to the requirement to provide a valid form of identification for taxpayers known to the site. If I'm the intake interview person and I have a taxpayer that's coming in that's known to the site and they don't have their ID, and the site coordinators, oh, it's fine, they've been coming here for years, on that 13614C, that site coordinator would have to sign or initial and date something on that 13614C, or have some sort of process in place to cover, to say, I made an exception for validating the identity of this taxpayer. Because when at the end of the day, you're the one intaking and interviewing this taxpayer, and your name is being initialed or signed on their 13614C as the intake interviewer, and you're the one, if something comes back as identity theft, not validated, or whatever that looks like, and you said, well, the site coordinator said, it becomes a he said, she said, she said, she, and all that can be avoided if, well, the site coordinator said, okay, well, can you sign right here to say you are given an exception for this ID? And that's just to cover me, right? Known to the site refers only to taxpayers that frequently visit the same site every year for tax return preparation, and is known to the coordinator and the volunteers. Only the site coordinator has the authority to approve these exceptions. A suggestion is for the site coordinator to note the approval and initial on form 13614C. Example of not known to the site. Sally and her spouse go to the local VITA TCE site to have their taxes prepared. They forgot their identification and social security cards. Neither the coordinator nor the volunteers know Sally or her spouse. The known to site exception doesn't apply, and the couple must return home to bring back their identifications and social security cards. Each year, SPEC has seen inconsistencies with using form 13614C. When we're reviewing form 13614C, you want to look at the information completed by the taxpayer, engage in a conversation with the taxpayer, complete gray shaded areas on page 2 and 3. Taxpayer must indicate by placing no, NA, a check marker, or the comments next to each question not marked by taxpayer to show it has been addressed with the taxpayer. Again, due diligence is those two words that I advise that you would continue to hear throughout this process. As a volunteer, you are required to do your part to ensure the information on the tax return is correct and complete to the best of your ability. I will always add that. Generally, IRS tax law certified volunteers may rely in good faith on information from a taxpayer without requiring documentation as verification. However, they must clarify information that may appear to be inconsistent or incomplete, determine if the information is unusual or questionable, discuss any concerns with your coordinator. If you are not comfortable with the return provided by a taxpayer, you are not obligated to prepare the tax return. The example states a taxpayer stated they are self-employed and from their business they earned $20,000 but had no proof of earnings. The taxpayer brought in expense receipts totaling $25,000. You do not feel comfortable with preparing the return, so you seek assistance from the coordinator due to the questionable information from the taxpayer. Clarifying information while reviewing the form 13614C during the interview is an effective way to gather all needed information. You want to use probing questions when discussing the form 13614C, ask open-ended questions, and confirm information provided by the taxpayer is complete and accurate. For example, you listed your grandchildren as dependents. How long did they live with you? I see you have a pension. What are your other sources of income? Update or corrected intake sheets with any changes identified during the interview with the taxpayer. Sometimes an entry on form 13614C raises additional questions. Be alert for unusual circumstances. One example says, I see you are over the age of 70, but you did not indicate that you received Social Security benefits. Did you receive a form SSA 1099? I see you answered no to the question, can anyone claim you on their tax return? But since you are a student living with your parents, I'm wondering if they can claim you. This is a snapshot of the top part of the 13614C, where entity information is listed, name, date of birth, the spouse, the job title, and that's for the primary taxpayer as well as spouse, address, telephone number, email address. You want to always verify that the taxpayer's personal information on page 1 is correct and complete. That information is what the tax preparer pulls from when they are inputting that information into the software. You want to ensure those names match the Social Security cards or ITIN documents. If the taxpayer indicates that they are not a U.S. citizen, there's a flow chart listed in your publication 4012 in tab L, titled Resident or Non-Resident Alien Decision Tree, to verify if you are certified to prepare that return. The personal information on page 1 of that form 13614C impacts many tax law determinations. It's important to make sure each question is marked correctly. When a taxpayer is a full-time student, it may impact multiple tax law issues, such as whether the taxpayer can be claimed as a dependent, child and dependent care credit, retirement savings, contributions credit, education credits. It refers you to publication 17 to verify the taxpayer meets the full-time student requirement. If a taxpayer and or spouse, if married jointly, is legally blind or totally and permanently disabled, it may affect multiple tax law issues, such as an increase in their standard deduction and whether or not the taxpayer can be claimed as a dependent. So you want to always ensure that you are checking the entire 13614C to ensure that you are picking up any boxes that the taxpayer has checked when you are entering information into the software. It refers you to publication 17 as it relates to permanently and totally disabled or higher standard deduction for blindness, as well as the publication 524. Marital status is another important part on the 13614C page 1. That will help you to make determinations as it relates to the filing status for the taxpayer, as well as various credits and deductions. Information in the household section would help you make determinations about filing status, dependents, various credits and deductions. This is many taxpayers think they should only list family members as dependents. Be sure to discuss this section with the taxpayer, and it refers you to publication 17 for more information. Page 2 of the 13614C takes you into income. Each income item includes the type of forms used to report the income. As you discuss each of the questions, ensure that the answers agree with the documents provided by the taxpayer. You want to update that form 13614C with any changes from the taxpayer's original answers. Cross out incorrectly answered questions and comment as to why the item was crossed out. If the taxpayer says, I'm a wage employee, I had 3 jobs, they should have 3 W-2s. If they don't have 3 W-2s, they're confused about how many jobs they have, or you need to verify all the information they're listing on that 13614C to ensure you have all the information that they need in order to get their return completed correctly. You can only go off based on what that taxpayer says. You don't know, unless you know that person personally, you don't know how many jobs that person had in 2024. You can only go off based on what they have listed. So if they say that they had 2 jobs and they have 2 W-2s, then you're assuming that information is correct based on the information that they have listed. You have no reason to doubt that their information was wrong. You want to conduct an extensive interview to ensure taxpayers who are self-employed are reporting all income, including cash payments received for work performed. It refers you to tab D in your publication 4012 for additional guidance. You want to ask probing questions. even if all the questions on the form 13614C seems to have been answered. Taxpayers check the box next to the question retirement account pension or annuity proceeds. If they have given you a form 1099-R from an IRA distribution, ask, is this your only distribution? You may find the taxpayer left a form 1099-R or other income document at home and will have to return with it before the return can be prepared. You want to add notes to the form 13614C with what documents the taxpayer is bringing back. Make notes in TaxSlayer with what documents the taxpayer is bringing back as well if you've already started in TaxSlayer. Make comments on form 13614C when taxpayers provide additional information not captured on the intake sheet. For example, the taxpayer checks box next to the question of interest or dividends. Taxpayer provides 4 interest documents and states they have an additional $50 in interest for which they didn't receive a statement. Preparer tells quality reviewer about the $50 but doesn't document form 13614C. Before starting the review, the quality reviewer will have the preparer document the taxpayer verbal submission of income and additional notes, comments on form 13614C before starting quality review. It refers you to publication 5166 for more information. Page 3 leads you into expenses. Question in this section alerts you to expenses paid by the taxpayer that may affect their return. You want to use your reference materials to determine eligibility for deductions and credits. Take into consideration the most advantageous position for the taxpayer. Check box on form 13614C if the taxpayer is claiming the standard deduction or itemized deduction. Page 3 also goes into life events. This section asks numerous questions that relate to the calculation of tax and the processing of the return. For example, if the taxpayer checks box make estimated tax payments or apply last year's refund to 2024 taxes, total amount must be notated on the form 13614C under additional notes and comments. Page 4 of the intake sheet is optional for the taxpayer to complete. Volunteers do not have to address any of these questions with the taxpayers. Only input into the tax software the questions answered by the taxpayer and leave all unanswered questions blank in the software. This is statistical data and is optional for taxpayers to complete. This section is where the taxpayer provides demographics and additional information. The 15080 is the consent to disclose tax return information to VITA TCE tax preparation sites, also known as the global carry forward of taxpayer data. With taxpayers' consent, their tax return information is made available to any VITA TCE site the following filing season. The taxpayer has the option to decline this consent. You want to refer to your site's procedures on how this form should be completed by the taxpayer. After you complete the intake and interview processes, prepare the tax return in the tax preparation software based on your interview with the taxpayer. Form 13614C and their supporting documents. Publication 4012 contains tax law information and guidance on using tools embedded in the IRS provided software. Other references include publication 17 and volunteer tax alerts. Every site must ensure that a complete quality review process is performed on every return prepared. This is to confirm that tax law was applied correctly and that the completed tax return is free of errors based on the completed form 13614C, taxpayer interview, supporting documents, and tax return preparer notes. The quality review takes place after the return is signed, but after the return is prepared, but before the taxpayer signs the return. Quality reviewers must have in-depth knowledge of tax law, effective communication skills, and tact in explaining identified errors to taxpayers and volunteers. SPEC recommends using the TaxSlayer Quality Review print set to conduct a quality review. Quality review methods. All returns must be quality reviewed by another volunteer other than the preparer, certified to the level required for the tax return. The quality review method that a site uses depends on the size of the site, the number of experienced volunteers available, and the certification level of the volunteers at the site. There are only two acceptable methods for quality review on a return: a designated reviewer. SPEC prefers a designated quality review method. In this process, an IRS tax law certified volunteer is solely dedicated to reviewing returns prepared by other IRS tax law certified volunteer preparers. Peer-to-peer. In this process, any IRS tax law certified volunteer preparer may quality review returns of another preparer when the site is not able to use the designated self-review method. Self-review, where a volunteer quality reviews a return they prepared, is not allowed ever. Designated reviewer, peer-to-peer are the only two acceptable methods for quality review on a tax return in the VITA TCE program. The quality review process must include these critical actions: taxpayer participation during the quality review to confirm they understand and agree with the information on the tax return. Verification return was prepared using an accurately completed Form 13614C. Correction of errors identified on the Form 13614C. Review of all supporting documentation and other information provided by the taxpayer to confirm all items were entered correctly on the return. If needed, review tax law references to verify the accuracy of unfamiliar tax law determinations. It always refers you to your publication 4012, your publication 17, and any type of volunteer tax alerts. You want to address all items listed in the quality review checklist found in publication 4012 when reviewing the return, and advise taxpayers of their responsibility for information on their return before the return is signed. Emphasize that by signing the tax return, they declare under penalty of perjury that they have examined the return and its accompanying forms and schedules for accuracy. The quality review is complete when all errors have been corrected on the return. If errors are found, the return is given back to the preparer. When corrected, the return is reviewed again by quality reviewer to ensure that all errors were addressed. A suggested best practice for quality review is to compare the current year tax return to the prior year tax return if available. This helps to ensure nothing is overlooked or omitted that should have been included on the current year tax return. Lastly, the quality reviewer asks one last time if the taxpayers ask any questions prior to printing their return. The copy print set or the print set that is printed is determined by the site coordinator. That's already set up in your software. For the quality reviewer, all they have to do is to go in and print. They won't have to determine what print set to print for that taxpayer. It should already be set. The worksheets are normally included in the taxpayer copy. Print set and will only print if they are relevant to the tax return. And so depending on if it's a simple return, the taxpayer only had a W-2 filing, then of course there are no worksheets. Then there are, such as a simplified method, Social Security, none of those will be included. But if you have a taxpayer that has a 1099-R, Social Security benefits, things of that nature, then they may have these worksheets included in their print set, and that's the taxpayer's copy to keep. the taxpayer's signature requirement. The taxpayers must be advised verbally of their responsibility for the accuracy of the information they provided to complete their tax return. This should be completed after the quality review, but prior to the taxpayer signing their tax return. The requirement for having taxpayers sign their tax return is outlined in both Publication 1345, which is authorized IRS e-file providers of individual income tax returns, and the Publication 4299, the Privacy, Confidentiality, and Civil Rights of Public Trust. Taxpayers filing a joint tax return must both be present at the site to validate proof of their identity and then sign their tax return. The tax return must not be e-filed nor a copy provided to the taxpayer until both signatures are secured on the tax return or on Form 8879, the IRS e-file signature authorization. Exception for signing the return for taxpayers known to the site. The site coordinator can give permission to a taxpayer who is filing a joint return to take excuse me, to take Form 8879 to a missing spouse to secure their signature if both taxpayers are known to the site. However, the tax return cannot be e-filed for the taxpayers until both signatures are secured on the Form 8879. It gives you references that you can always refer back to if you have any questions or need any additional information as it relates to this training. Any questions or concerns on anything that we've covered in this publication 5101? No.
We covered a whole lot.
When you start to put the process in place, when you start doing, if you are a intake interviewer or if you are a quality review person, once you start to do the process, it gets easier. While every taxpayer is not the same, the process is, and so you start to get a rhythm of how you do your intake and interview and how you do your quality review. And so it'll be different for everybody because everyone will have their own process on how they make it easy for them. And so as you do it, it gets easier and better. So it says, in this course, you have learned that intake, interview, and quality review are 3 distinct processes. SPEC has determined there is a direct correlation between the proper use of Form 13614C and the preparation of an accurate tax return. Form 13614C is required to be fully completed for every tax return prepared at a VITA TCE site before tax return preparation begins. Volunteers certified in intake, interview, and quality review may assist taxpayers in completing Form 13614C. Only IRS tax law certified volunteers may answer taxpayers' questions related to tax law on the Form 13614C. Quality review must include the taxpayer. Every tax return prepared at a VITA TCE site must have a quality review completed using the quality review checklist in Publication 4012. All taxpayers must be informed verbally of their responsibility for the information listed on their tax return before signing their tax return. Sites must not transmit tax returns before a quality review is completed and the taxpayer has signed the Form 8879 IRS e-file signature authorization. All right. I did not give you all a last break. And so I like to give you all one before we go into the questions for the certification part of Publication 5101. Let me see. There were some questions in the chat. So the interview process is not as So the only thing that you're really doing with the interview process is you're verifying the ID and social security cards for the taxpayer, spouse if it applies, and any dependents that's listed on their return. And then the only other thing that you're really doing during that interview process is to ensure that taxpayer has the documents that they've listed on that 13614C. It's not a real in-depth interview. Sometimes you'll have a taxpayer that's not sure if they can claim a dependent. They're not sure of what their filing status may be. They're not sure if this income is taxable or should be included or what that looks like. And so you may have to help walk them through that. And that publication 4012 will assist with doing that. But the interview process, it is not as complicated as this training makes it or made it out to be. Is you're basically just verifying that they are in scope with the VITA TCE program, that they are under the income threshold. They have all the documents that they need. They are within scope based on the income documentation that they have, and that they have everything that they need in order for us to complete a return accurately and correctly. So sometimes that interview process can move really quickly because these are returning taxpayers. They know everything that they need to have. They have it already out. The 13614 is complete. And the only thing you're doing is to go through and to make sure that it's legible, that the preparer can read it, that they've listed all the documents that they have, and you're able to pass them on to their preparer. I promise Ms. Deborah, is not as in-depth as it seems.
I have a question. If they print it off and fill it in before they come to get their taxes done, and we have to make corrections, do we make corrections to that form, or we just void that form and do a brand new one?
No, so if they come with their form already completed, you're going to take their form that they already have completed. And if you need to make corrections to it, you're just going to make corrections on whatever form they have. And you're going to note on the side in that gray area what is being changed and why. And that's just for the preparers information, because they're the ones that are going to use that form the most.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns? All right, I'd like to give you all your last break, and then we'll come back and we can end the session with the certification for going over the certification questions for this publication 5101 intake interview and quality review training. Sound like a plan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. See you all back here at 4:30. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the intake interview and quality review test questions that are located in your publication 6744. These are also the ones that correlate with your certification. Okay, so just like we did with the volunteer standards of conduct, let's go through these to see if we can get these answered. All right. So number 1 says, all IRS certified volunteer preparers participated in the VITA TCE programs must use Form 13614C or Form 13614NR along with a thorough interview for every return prepared at the site. Is that true or false? False.
True.
True.
A, true.
A.
That is correct. The answer is A. Number 2 says, what must the certified volunteer preparer do with Form 13614C before starting the tax return? A, verify each of the taxpayer's responses on Form 13614C. B, for any box left unchecked, write no or NA, or leave a check mark in the notes comment section to indicate an item does not apply based on a conversation with the taxpayer. C, determine the certification level required to complete the return, or D, all of the above.
D.
You all are correct. The answer is D. Number 3 says the basic certification level
Hey,
is
Ms.
required.
Rucker, Ms. Rucker, can I just ask a quick question about
Mhm.
that? So I would assume that doesn't the intake person need to determine the status, the certification status needed before they send the person to the preparer?
Yes, so the either the site coordinator or the intake interviewer is going to determine who or what preparer gets their return based on the certification level. But yes, but once their return gets to that preparer, they still will look over that form to verify that they have the necessary certification level to complete it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm. Number 3 says the basic certification level is required to prepare a return with unreported tip income. Is that true or false?
False.
That is correct. 3 is B as in boy, false. Number 4 says a date must be entered on form 13614C, page 1, to determine the appropriate filing status for taxpayers who are A, divorced, B, legally separated, C, widowed, or D, all of the above.
D.
That is correct. The answer is D, all of the above. Any questions about that? Number 5 says VITA TCE volunteers use publication 4299, privacy, confidentiality, and civil rights of public trust to determine if a return is within scope. Is that true or false?
I think it's false.
Does number 5 is B, that is false. Does anyone know what publication you would use?
4012.
That is correct. Number 6 says the VITA TCE sites are required to conduct quality reviews for all returns prepared by volunteers who have less than 2 years of experience preparing returns. B, for every return prepared at the site. C, only when there is a quality reviewer available. Or D, for all returns prepared by volunteers with certification levels below advanced military or international.
B.
B.
That is correct. It is B, for every return prepared at the site. Number 7 says, in most cases, a volunteer must review photo identification for every taxpayer to prevent the possibility of identity theft. Is that true or false?
True.
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 That is true. Number 8 asks, when does a taxpayer sign the tax return? A, before quality review and before being advised of their responsibility for the accuracy of the information on the return. B, before quality review and after being advised of their responsibility for the accuracy of the information on the return. After quality review and before being advised of their responsibility for the accuracy of the return. Or D, after quality review and after being advised of their responsibility for the accuracy of the information on the return.
D.
That is correct. It's D. Number 9 says the site is busy with many taxpayers waiting for assistance. All volunteers are busy preparing tax returns. Can you quality review the return you just prepared instead of waiting for someone else to quality review the return?
No, the answer's C.
C.
That is correct. C. No self-review is never an acceptable quality review method. 10, so which of the following is true? Quality review can be conducted by a volunteer preparer certified at basic when the tax return required an advanced certification to prepare. Quality review is conducted after the taxpayer signs the tax return. Quality review is an effective tool for preparing an accurate tax return. Taxpayers do not need to be involved in the quality review process.
C.
That is correct. The answer is C. Any questions or concerns on anything that we have covered?
Ms. Rucker?
Mm-hmm.
Practically speaking, I did this once before when we used the TaxWise software, but if I'm the preparer and then it goes to a reviewer and it gets reviewed and signed, is the reviewer have access to the online file and able to then e-file it, or does it have to then come back to the preparer to finish?
No, so the site coordinator or assistant site coordinators are the ones that transmit those returns.
Okay.
And so no, so depending on what your role is at the site, you won't have access to be able to transmit, you or the reviewer, quality reviewer, unless that quality reviewer is the site coordinator or assistant site coordinator. But no, so once they leave from you as a preparer and go to the quality reviewer, then they only review the return, have them to sign the 8879, and then that is then passed to the site coordinator, who then transmit at some point.
Okay, so the file, the software file is complete when it goes to review, and then the coordinator decides it's then signed and available to submit.
Right. So the quality reviewer, once that quality reviewer is, and so that we will go through the software. I think that's on Thursday when we get to the practice lab and all of that. But there's a process, there's a part in the software in finishing the return. So you as a preparer, I think you mark it ready for review. Then it goes to quality review. The quality review person then goes in and do what it is they need to do in order to review that return. And then they mark it that is ready to be transmitted. And so the site coordinator then knows that it's been quality reviewed, the 8879 has been signed, and the site coordinator know that it's ready to be transmitted.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or concerns on anything that we've covered today? I know that we've talked about the publication 4961, which is your VITA TCE Volunteer Standard of Conduct. We've talked about the publication 5101, which is your intake, interview, and quality review training. We also went over the course introduction that was located in your publication 44. Let's get these numbers mixed up. Your 4491. So were there any questions or concerns about anything that we've covered on today? No. Our next meeting or meetup is scheduled for Tuesday, 6 p.m. On that day, I will do a refresh, ask is there any questions or concerns about anything that we covered on today. I will then go over important changes for 2024, as well as temporary provisions. If you have access to the publication 4491, I will give you a chance to read those for yourself versus me reading all that information to you. If you don't have access to that information, then we'll go through that information. Important changes for 2024 temporary revisions is how we will start our Tuesday evening. And then we'll hop right into the tax law portion of the training, unless there are any other questions or concerns before then. All right. So Hunter did drop the link for the publication 4491 in the chat for you to make that available to you. All these publications again are available at irs.gov. And so you will have access to that either doing any time before Tuesday as well as Tuesday. We'll make sure that the link is available again for you on Tuesday. And so I will give you all a chance to read over the important changes for 2024 as well as temporary provisions. I'll hit the hot spots as it relates to those two topics. And then we'll hop right into the tax law portion of the training so that we can get through the tax law portion, get you into the practice lab and the software, and then get into the certification, the advanced certification as much as we can.
Where do we find the test or the certification we need to take for this intake?
Is the questions are located in publication 6744. In order for you to input that's going to be located in your Lincoln Learn landing page or the account that you made.
Okay, it's in that landing page.
Lincoln Learn. I don't know if it'll let me open it.
Would it be helpful for Hunter to run by that one more time like he did the first time to show how to get to it?
Could be.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to do that. Sure.
Bridget, the number of hours you volunteer are based on you. Hunter, is there a minimum amount of hours that United Way is requiring?
I don't believe so unless you are a site coordinator and we've talked to you about it. Like if you're just volunteering, I don't think we have like a minimum that we require. Although, you know, we do ask like if you're going to go like stay for at least a couple hours, because by the time, you know, you get everything set up, like you set up, you start working with someone, like if you only plan on staying for an hour, then, you know, it's not the best use of your time, to be perfectly honest, because of all the setup that's required to kind of get down and get involved with it. But, you know, we don't have like a number that we set as a minimum for our volunteers. We do sometimes for site coordinators, and we'll talk to you if that's the case, if you're a site coordinator. But for our volunteers, typically no. Okay, so if I go,
yeah, I'm in the link and Learn certification site, and it doesn't show that I have any incomplete certifications.
So you'll have to go in and click on the test, and Hunter's gonna once he's able to get in, he'll walk you through that part. And so that the question and answers that we just went over.
if I go to home, I go to take certification test, go to advanced, and it should be right there, the intake, interview, and quality review test.
And so it's not going to give you access to it until you've completed the volunteer standards of conduct test first. And so you have to do the VSOC first before it allows you access to any of the others.
Okay.
And y'all's might look a little different. Mine's saying I've reached the allowed number of attempts. I've already completed this. But that's how you find it within Lincoln Learn.
Okay. And
So
yeah, I've completed the first part of the certification. I just can't find this one, but that's fine. I got it. I'll find it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you have any other questions before Tuesday, you can reach out to myself or to Hunter. I'll put my email in the chat. And I'll be happy to answer any questions or give any assistance that I can give. Or if you want to hold your questions until Tuesday, keep them until Tuesday, and we can open up with whatever questions or concerns you all may have before we hop into the next part of it. All right. Any other questions or concerns?
I just want to say, Ms. Rucker, thank you so much for being so thorough and going through this material. And thank you for all of y'all that are here today. You know, I know that 7 hours on a Zoom call on a Saturday when it's, you know, snowing and bright and beautiful outside isn't really what people want to do on their Saturday. So we know that it's a big ask, it's a big sacrifice from y'all. So we're really, really grateful. Again, we cannot do what we do in the community without y'all. And just know you're through the bulk of it now. You know, the Tuesdays and Thursday sessions will be much shorter than this one. We'll get through the advanced material. And again, just we really appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. See you on Tuesday. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.